Hey, hey guys. I didn't know how to do all the other stuff. I thought I'd just come in. And do a chat, see who comes in. Get all my decks ready. I've been lagging. Whew. Had a fun last couple of days. How'd your New Year's go? Hi guys, welcome. Yeah, I got introduced to. Oh, you had a sober. I usually have a sober one. That's why I was like, I was not so much. Hi guys. Not so much the. I just felt like doing the last few New Year's because I've been really kind of like a purist to the kia ora, to the spiritual path. That, you know, sort of like it was just time for me to be human and have some fun. And I was with my family anyway, so it's not a... thank you very much. Oh yeah, New Year, it's awesome. Kia ora. I'm just prepping my decks and have a bit of a chat. I wanted to come in. I didn't want to organise a time and create an event because I wasn't too sure how I was going to feel today, to be honest. I wasn't too sure because, yep. I got introduced to Midori splices and I fully enjoyed those and had a great couple of days. So now I'm just in. Well, actually I was prepared. I had, before I went to bed, I had plenty of water, I had Panadol, and I had a sandwich, because I think you have to realize that if you go to bed with the alcohol still flowing through your system and nothing to help you sort of like flush it out, or especially water hydrating yourself, you're going to wake up feeling like crap. So I prepared, yes, we're reading tarot cards, yeah. So yeah, I prepared myself for New Year's. And then you say it was such a hot day that we decided to have a couple more. But that probably, yeah, gonna have a sandwich. It will probably be the last blast for a wee while. Because this year I think it's going to be focus on the body. Like a lot of us have been for those, hey, Happy New Year. Thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. A lot of us have been focused, especially on the spiritual path, you get so focused on being so out of your body. And you can understand it's sort of like you're reaching out, you're trying to connect with everything, and we don't realise that the body is the vessel, the part of us that is the divine space. And sort of, as I go through my evolution and my spiritual path, and on my journey, I learned that the body is the bridge, you know. We always want to be out, but when you learn to be in, you're more stronger, you're more powerful. Thank you. Welcome, guys. And it's more about learning that you alone are, you know, the bridge, the actual body. Oh, I was saying this a lot last year when I was doing all of this on Facebook and less on TikTok. That this is your divine vessel, and that I spent a lot of time always trying to be out of my body and not sort of just in the higher realms, dealing with the messages and the information that was coming in, and then in the lower realms, tending to my shadow work, healing myself, and meeting somewhere in the middle. But in the middle is your human body. So we have to realize that this is the space where we have to be and focus a lot on creating longevity, you know, within yourself, within your soul, within your body, within your just everything that is you, your spirit, your mind, creating longevity for yourself so that you can actually enjoy the life that you have. Because a lot of us, you know, like for me, a lot of us, we're a lot older by the time we realise that this is the divine vessel that we've been treating like crap for years and taking for granted. Thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. Yep, I'll be doing some readings in a little bit. I just like to talk a little bit to get the nerves down. And it's good to always come in and sort of like get to know your reader, because if you're going in, you're getting a card from someone that you don't even feel any connection to or anything, it's going to be hard for them to really tap in, and hard for you to understand where they're coming from. So sometimes you have to have that chat and feel that vibe, and then you know whether or not either it's the sound of my voice, how I look, how I feel towards you, how you see me read cards, all that will, you know, add up to how you feel about getting a reading from me. Yeah, thank you very much. Happy New Year to you too. But yes, I definitely need lots of water tonight. I just like to have everyone come in and just get to know me, that's all. Because I know it's you know, a lot of people come in and they just want boom the business, but sometimes you gotta have a connection, otherwise it just, where's it going? But if you would like a reading, feel free to head over to Intuitive Weaver. She's my moderator today. She's always my moderator. She's my favourite person. Oh, thank you very much. Happy New Year to you too. Hopefully you had a good one. Yeah. Oh, I know. I've seen some readers, you know, because sometimes you go in and you want to support your community, so you go in and you sit with some readers, but the energy is just, you know, all over the show. And it's not because they're not bad people or bad readers, it's just that you need to get into a space of being grounded. There's no way that you can pull in like honest, good messages that will have long-term effects if the person's energy isn't grounded into the earth and into themselves, because they're just very messy. And I can understand sometimes you can get really nervous. That's why I combat it with Happy New Year's talking. It allows me to settle my solar plexus, and then, you know, like, you have to realize that when you're settled in your solar plexus, so too does your throat chakra open up, because they're connected, and actually allow you to be connected to your throat chakra. And that's important when you give messages, because that's where people, it's the sound. Sound is really important to spiritual space, because it's the vibration. Everything, energy moves, but when you learn to listen to it, it makes sound. So you have to have an open throat chakra, and I just like to give it time anyway. But it's a good time to have readings for people. I've had a lot of people reach out to me in my private messages, and so I thought I'd just do a live, because I wasn't going to do a live today because I was feeling a little bit like crap. So I've just, yeah, had a great time, and wanted to bring forward some messages. So hi guys, thank you for coming in and sending the likes. I appreciate you. So we'll just get a little bit of a list, and just refer to the mod, please. Intuitive Weaver. There we go. Thank you. Makeup. For the ones that make up, because the eyes were dark, and you know, we know how it goes. I try to look my best when I do the lives, because you just have to look at my face for long periods of time. So if you'd like a reading, please refer to my mod, Intuitive Reader, and we'll get into it. Yep. It fills up pretty fast too, because I've just jumped on here. So please, straight away, tell Hawani this is Intuitive Weaver if you want a reading. Sorry guys, the old squinty eyes going on here. Thank you. Alright guys. Okay, little ducky. Go on. Well, I've got 5 decks in front of me actually. And they grabbed the, I want to play with the Sacred Destiny Oracle. So let's see what's going on. I'll just pull your current energy and give you a bit of a reading, and then I'll pull some tarot cards about spiritual guidance that you may need about any situation that's going forward. So I'm just going to settle in before I start. So I like to ground into the cards and ground into your energy. I speak into my intuition. So I visualize my intuition being a pond of water that I can look in and see my reflection. And then I just ask for a connection, and they'll say your name to me, or at least your username. Okay. Alright. Let's see what your current energy is. Yeah. Okay, so I want to say it's not the best, but it's not. It's only because it'll feel like that. You got healing, chaos, and focus. So it's actually a beautiful turnaround for you. So you may be actually confronting or coming into a space of dealing with something important. If not, you're already going through that because it's a current energy. And Spirit wants you to focus, because even though here in focus it's like a spiritual winter, but we need it. We have to realize that all the seasons, just like the earth, nourish us in their own ways. And for you, it's a transformation, but not just, you have to realize that when you go into a space of healing, that a transformation isn't always fun, okay? So the more you want to get into your spiritual space, the more you want to get whole, the more you've got to bring up things that need to be looked at. And I feel like for you, it's not just you that's changing, it's about changing the people around you as well, or the people that are important to you. Because that's why a lot of us, we initially start the healing phase because we are triggered by someone else or a catalyst. There's always a catalyst of change. And if this isn't about people, there's a lot of things that you're just dealing with. Hopefully this makes sense for you. And that it's just focus. It's sort of like, even though the road may seem tough, because it always does when it's like a deep, something deep, it always feels tough. You have to realize that if you focus and move through this, because it's like, I just heard 4 seasons in one day. I don't know if this makes sense to you, but it's almost like I said, we have all the seasons, they nourish us in their own ways. It's sort of like, it's moving fast for you. That's why it's the tornado, right? So healing, chaos, and focus. It's a lot of stuff's coming out, but it's okay, because if you focus through, you'll actually get through it faster than you think. Yeah, because there's someone coming towards you, but if it's not someone coming towards you, it's definitely a message coming in. Okay? So, okay. Because, it'll either go one or two ways for you. And I hope this makes sense. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you this. Your family are usually the first ones that resist your spiritual change. If anyone knows that, I do. Very much so. Because they don't understand the change unless they're going through it themselves. And the thing is, you have to understand, and I'm just going to say this, you have to understand that when you're going through a spiritual evolution, which this is what healing is about, an evolution of your soul, that unless someone is experiencing it with you or has experienced it, they will never understand it. But the cool thing, I'm going to say this, the cool thing is, when they get it, when they see the changes in you that they like, when they understand where you come from, and that takes time, but when they get it, they'll appreciate it. And, like for me, I was sort of marked as the weirdo. It was, oh no, she's going through some midlife crisis. And it kind of was, but it was in a way that was way more beneficial. So you have to understand that even though this is a healing phase or a journey for you, that when you come out of the end of it, the people that truly love you will appreciate your changes. And we have to accept that not everyone's going to get there. Thank you very much. Not everyone's going to get that. Well, I just got the Knight of Cups. So I feel like someone's coming towards you in love. they have good intentions. And I think it's just time for you to have a bit of fun and relax. So you've been focused on your healing. That's your current energy. But here, okay, 2022 is going to be a very important year for everyone about connections. Deep, meaningful connections. The Knight of Cups, they come to play, but they don't stay. But it doesn't mean that it's not beneficial for you. It might be just someone that is here to have fun, or a companion. It could be a friend that just shows you how to get in touch with yourself. And here, because that's a big thing, you know. If this isn't self-care or self-love for you, it's someone coming in wanting to provide that service for you and teaching you how to move forward. Because it's sort of like all work, no play, you know. It ain't fun for anybody. I don't know the whole phrase. It just sort of went out of my head. But I heard all work, no play. And that's good because you've needed to. This is needed to happen. That's why it's in your current energy. But what's the spiritual advice is to have a bit of fun. And I don't know how recent how long you've been on your own or alone. If you are alone, I'm not too sure. But if you are in a relationship, or if you are looking at someone of importance to you, then maybe it's time to just relax and allow things to flow. Because the thing about the cups is it's about water, and water is like one of my favorite elements. But it's about flowing, you know, going with that flow. And even here with the healing chaos, it's taken you and you've had to go with it. You've had to learn to be flexible. And with the Knight of Cups, you know, it's just asking for you to have a bit of fun along the way. If you're going to have a serious healing journey, you may as well have fun. You may as well have some fun and enjoy your 2022. Make new connections, I would say. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, by choice. Well, that could be why you're not, like if it was a king, it's someone that's come to stay, as you may know. But it's more like just, for me, I never really like to look at the tarot cards like they're for someone else or about someone else, because I've learned the hard way that when we reflect out onto another, we're projecting. But when we look at these cards as a reference to ourselves, we find that this is the energy to have a little bit of fun, to maybe get back into the dating scene and just test the water again. Because you've been so focused here that, you know, it gets a little bland. But for the soul likes adventure. The soul likes to be able to express itself, and I think that's where it wants you to go in many ways. But there's a transformation happening. It'll play out naturally the way it wants to. Alright, okay. Thank you, little ducky, or Dawn. Thank you very much. Hopefully that makes sense. And let's get on someone else. Oh, yeah. Well, you should try years single. By choice. Thank you. Yeah, TB. 2905 next. TB? Are you there? Thank you, little ducky. I like that message for you, actually, to be honest. Because oh, TB, you're there? Because it's sort of just like, you know, it's sort of like all work, no play. And it's sort of like at some point there has to be that space for you to be free to just, that's not like what I did New Year's. I'm usually sober as, because I always like to, you know, be in my space, my spiritual space, at my high vibration. But this year I decided to have, you know, a party or two. And yep, felt a little bit crappy, but I also had fun. Yeah, it's like, just sort of like, you can always come back to center. You can always return to that high vibrational space. And you can also take little detours, divine detours, and allow yourself to have some adventure. So, okay. And you're ready. Alright, sorry, I just wanted to finish that off because I can still feel it lingering on me. Just to say. Come on. Alright, here we go, TB. Give them a bit of a shuffle. Just need to ask for permission here. You've got a really strong spirit that stands beside you, quite protective. I don't know if you're sure of that, but I had to really sink down into it. Alright, here we go. TV, yes. That's your current energy. Oh, yes you do. Making themselves sing. I'm sorry, I'm giggling. They're making sure that I know that you have someone that's standing beside you, so they're as more like softly, you know, gentle. So, okay. It could be a guide because they're usually pretty powerful. Ancestors come in when you need them the most, when there's a lesson or a teaching that you're starting to get into, or vibration that you're starting to learn something that they need, that is a, how do I explain that? So there's so you have a spiritual team, okay, and your spiritual team, they all have different functions. It's just like how we are all one. I said this last night. We talk about the human race, or us, even in the spiritual space, we are all one. Everyone says that, but we all have different functions. And I think for you, you have a highly powerful spiritual guide. I want to say the guides. The guides are different, but I don't know if this guide was also an ancestor, because they can have multiple roles. But they want you to listen to them more because you got simplicity and trust. See that feather? As soon as I said a powerful guide, boom, out comes something that I would regard as a sign from my spirit guides, which is the feather, or the white feather, the angel. And, okay, thank you. Because I feel like you're cresting is what they said. Your third eye's been opening a lot, hasn't it? You've been getting little peekaboos, like little flashes coming in, little messages coming in, maybe through intuitive dreaming, or just sort of like slipping into little moments and seeing things. I don't know if it makes sense, but let me know. And it's saying here, they just want you to listen and to trust them, because it's really important at this stage. Because like I feel like for you, you actually have, you're like at a space where you're like they're trying to teach you something, and I don't know if you've been getting little niggles to do something, or being guided to do something. Because there's a lot of things you have to learn before you can understand what your third eye is saying, okay? Before you can actually realize what you're being told and translate it properly. Hopefully it makes sense. And I feel like for you, you're at that point, you're like standing at a crossroads on what path forward. And this is why they're saying to start to trust that intuitive space for you. And get some cards. Yeah, because I feel like they want you to sort of like, I feel like you kind of rush a little bit, or you may be feeling a little pressured, because I feel like my energy just wants to go up, like I feel like that, and it's sort of like for them to be able to come through clearly to you, if you understand what I mean by translating intuitive space. Yeah, okay. For them to be able to come forward for you, so I don't know why that came out like that. My mouth is feeling a bit weird. You have to slow things down and get really, really still. Because you've had a lot of activity here with the Ten of Pentacles. But here with the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, you see the Knight of Pentacles upright. It usually talks about slow and steady coming forward. You know, reliability, honesty, integrity. There's a lot of things in the Knight of Pentacles, a messenger. But here, that's why I said sorry, my energies, I have to really ground in yours. Because it's almost like you have to understand for your spirit guides, because you don't listen to them as much as you should. They try and push it all in. and I have to moderate myself because otherwise it'll just take me. And again, that's part of the mediumship, is learning to discern and to also say no sometimes. So I have to tell them to slow down as well. But that's why I'm saying to you that you may have a very strong ancestor that has also taken on the role as a guide. I don't know if this is a recent ancestor or if this is an ancestor from the past. But for me, with the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, it's like this not trusting situation. Not trusting it. Or not believing that you have the skill. No. Okay, not taking on the responsibility of breaking the cycle. Sorry. So you have a very strong spirit guide that is really pushing this forward. They're asking you to break a cycle. I think you've been coming to the knowledge that that's been happening a lot. Because it's something to do with, see, the Knights are in reverse. You're not getting the message. You're not getting the message. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, that's good. Because the Knight of Wands also in reverse, so that it's a spiritual space for you. Okay, don't mind me having an argument with them. I'm sorry. So, if I can just say this, meditation is your friend. Because you have a very strong spiritual space that wants to open. That's what I mean. It's questing, and I just keep getting the crescent moon, and it's in the card as well. See here, that's that. But this is how you're getting the translation. It's a reflection. It's not the true image. It's not making sense, and that's what it says with the family. It's like this is the happily ever after, but it's not getting through because you're not. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's just that for me, it's sort of just like it's like unpacking it. It's learning to unpack it in a way that you can understand and make it relevant. Because it's sort of like they wanted me to tell you to do some mediumship classes to really connect in, and it's like, but also learning mindfulness. Like it's developing your spiritual skills, mindfulness, meditation. This is a really important part because you might actually have the sight of seeing, the gift of seeing, being a visionary. And I know that takes a lot of time, but also to anchor your energy in. So I've had to anchor myself down into my energy so that this didn't come forward in a way that became emotional, because I'm clairsentient, and that comes right through my heart chakra. It's a lot of love. It may not come out this way when you see it on camera, but it's just because I'm processing it in. But a very strong ancestor or spiritual guide that's asking you to listen, asking you to develop your mediumship this year. It's important. And asking you to break cycles that you're seeing that are playing out in your family. Like this is, for me, this was a response. This is your responsibility. And that might be really, really hard to take on, but it's sort of like it can't be ignored anymore, because I feel like this is what they're preparing you for. It cannot be ignored. And when you're the cycle breaker in your family, or the appointed by your ancestors, the one to break the cycles of intergenerational trauma, that can be a very long and hard journey. So they want you to get prepared for that. Hopefully that makes sense. And thank you very much, TV, for that. There was actually a lot of love coming in for you. It's very powerful too. Quite unconditional. So thank you very much. Let's see who's coming forward now for a reading. Water. Yes, I just referred to my mod Intuitive Weaver, and she'll put you on the list. Okay, who's next? Your energy shot me straight up. Yeah. 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 They really want you to listen. Very welcome. That's love. You know, you have to realize that when they're ancestors that are here for our highest good, because don't forget that some of our ancestors ain't so great. You know, we don't all have good ancestors. But the ones that do want us to move forward for our highest good, sometimes they might be really old souls, and when they pass on into the next life, they elevate into new roles. So we have to understand that our soul comes here to evolve and learn, and when they go into the soul state, which is, you know, it just depends on your belief system. When they go into soul state, they become more and connected to everything, and they can take on roles to come back and help, you know, the bloodline. Sometimes they become an ancestor to be able to access the bloodline or the people in that family line. So it's interesting how it all works. But it's sort of just like learning, sorry, there's a fly here, learning about Manaya Riley. Okay, thank you guys. Learning about your soul and what it actually can do and what it does when it leaves this life. So it's important. We're all becoming more soul orientated anyway. So, all right, Manaya, are you there? Okay. Thank you, Manaya. All right, no. Let's have a look at Manaya. Let's have a look, see what it's going to say. Thriving. That's awesome. Okay, I like this. This is going to be a very concise message because I feel like I heard that really fast without having to bring it forward. Oh, ooh, okay. Okay. So you have thriving, and the Knight of Pentacles actually jumped out upright for you after a bit of a shuffle, which is good. But for you, it's a big picture, the big picture. And that is to understand that you are abundant and have all the help and resources that you need to move forward into the new, and like the new cycle of energy, or the next 20 years. It depends on how you see your life. But astrologically, we're moving into the next 20-year cycle. And we have to understand that when we understand that we are abundant in this moment, here and now, nothing can stop us moving forward, even though the journey may be long or slow or just a baby step. You know, it's like taking little baby steps. When you start realizing that, because this particular card is about the tree, you see that? The tree behind the giraffe. But the giraffes in spiritual space mean the bigger picture because they see up above the trees, right? So it's learning that you have a lot of inner resources, and I think you're learning that now, actually, because this is your current energy. You have a lot of resources. You have a lot of love. And you have to realize that your love can sustain a lot of people. But you always have to remember your journey too. See, here with the black horses, they always tell me that there's, like for me, like I look at the horses in the tarot cards, and the colour of the horse will usually tell me the intention. So with you, you've got the dark horse here. So that just means for me, it's a mission. It's a like a destiny for you to follow. You know, it's sort of like knowing that, okay, everyone may not bet on you to win, but that's their issue. Okay, that's their limitation for seeing what you need to see for yourself. And it's sort of like understanding that you have everything you need to move forward. Whether or not, you have to understand, if you're going to go fast, that's not going to serve you. It's actually about taking your time And a lot of us have to learn to do that. It's not just you. It's like a lot of us have to learn to slow things down and to realize that what's the rush? What is the rush? Can I just take this time to, get to know myself, get to know what I've actually got? Because I feel like for you, you're quite a loving person, because I'm really drawn to the pink colours, and it's sort of just like it's sort of like you have all this love to give, and you have to realize that it goes both ways. For the love you give to people, there has to be time where you take out of your day for you and to replenish you. And I think it's just a good time for you to find your abundance and slowly but surely move forward towards it. Because you've got goals, you've got intention, you've got a destiny you want to fulfill. Yeah. But it's sort of not living in the moment, it's with the moment. With the moment. It's sort of like in harmony with the moments, with the memories you create. I think when I started my spiritual journey, it was the first time I realized that the detail in the trees and the flowers, and where I would actually appreciate the birds and their songs, and it was realizing that everything around me was actually really beautiful. But because prior to that I had my head down and I was just like this, robot, I never took that time to just realize that I was a part of nature. And I talk about that a little bit, sort of like learning that we're not actually disconnected from nature at all. We're actually still in the cycle of nature, and we need to stop separating ourselves. I know a lot of people go out and they enjoy going out and being part of nature, but you could literally sit in your room and still be connected to nature, because the power and the spirit of nature is everywhere, whether or not we're in our homes or out on a mountain. And I think for you, it's just realizing just to take it all in, who you are, and appreciate that. Because you're heading in the right direction. That's a cool thing we have to understand, is no matter, even with the mistakes, even with the setbacks and the divine detours and all the wobbly ways that we walk our path, it's for exactly how you're supposed to. Because you don't learn from walking a straight line, do you? You don't learn. It's the wobbles, it's the trips, it's the falls, it's the mountains, it's the curves that teach us and allow us to grow. So, yeah, just keep stepping forward and showing up for yourself, and hopefully that makes sense. So thank you very much. I felt like I wanted to give you a hug. Thank you guys. That was actually really nice. I felt that for you. Sometimes we don't realize that, that we're already divine, that we're already connected, and it's just remembering, relearning what we already know within, Hi. Alright. Very welcome. Alright, so who's next? Let's see what's going on. Yeah, you've got really nice energy, Manoia. Lots of love. They're just sitting there ready to be shared with the world, Sometimes we're not told that we're loved enough, or if we are, we're not nurtured in the way our soul needs or spirit needs. And when we get that connection with people, or get that space where we can be harmonious within our soul, and you'll be surprised how much love that there actually is for you and for others around you. Okay. Sorry, I missed who was next. You can always come back. You can always come back. That's the cool thing. It doesn't matter about this. This is the thing we have to realize. It's like, like when we fall back and let's just say, you wanted to quit something, and then you get a stressed time and you end up doing something bad. Okay, I'm not going to condone really bad things. It's just like something like you stop smoking, right? And then you get really stressed out and you have a smoke. And then you you bring that negativity to it. You bring, oh no, I failed. You haven't failed. You've just gone off the center And the cool thing is, tomorrow you can stop smoking again. You can choose it all the time. You're not stuck on a path and have to stay on that path 100%. We're made to make waves and curves and fall and fly, and we're made to do all that. And it's just time to experience it without feeling like you're guilt. You know, guilt is a negativity that we don't need, or doubt, or things like that. Yeah. Just have fun in a way that is harmonious to yourself. Alright. Okay. Sorry. Oh, I don't know who's next. I'll just... Carla Moon. Alright. Thank you, Hoani. Just refer to Intuitive Weaver if you'd like a reading. I'm going to be here for a couple of hours. Alright. Carla Moon. I'm gravitating towards my other deck, but let's see. Change it up in a bit. Hear the song. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Diligence. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so you got a few cards. They all jumped out straight away, which is really cool. So you got Diligence. And the Star and the Four Pentacles, they were kind of stuck together. But let's see. So here with Diligence is actually about the resources. Another one about resources, about the land. Because sometimes we can see this picture and we see about this bird flying high up in the sky and we feel, yeah, like we're surveying. But what you don't realize is it's about the land underneath. Now the land could actually be your body, and I want to refer to when I see earth, when it refers to the earth, it usually is a physical or health thing. So I think for you, I just want to say, you might be someone that likes to move forward a lot, or go forward, or do a lot. And I think for you, it's learning to get connected with your body and what your body needs, because sometimes you may overdo something in one area, but you have to realize that sometimes you just need to rest and relax. Yeah, you feel, because I keep feeling like it's not that you've got big wings, but it's like it's like you've got a lot of people under your wings, and it can be very taking a toll on your physical body, or just making you feel really, really tired. Because here with the Star and the Four Pentacles, it's sort of like making a wish, right? Or wish fulfillment. It's actually really good. But I feel here, it's a weird thing, because I feel like you feel a little bit bound to something, whether it's financially or whether you're trying to make other people's dreams and goals achievable but not your own. Let me know if this isn't making sense, or it does make sense. Because I feel like there's this, like I really want something, but then I don't know if I deserve it, or I'll save it for a rainy day. One day I'll get to fulfill the things or do the things I need to do. And it's sort of like with this Diligence card, it just means that you're very, very diligent, but at some points there has to be time where you can step back and allow your, because I'm gonna say this, for me, I think you need to really focus on your health wise, because I feel like there's something physically that's not working 100%, and it needs you to relax, because it might be a lot about stress, because I feel like because you have a lot of responsibilities that it's taking that toll on the physical part of your body. And maybe it could be stress, it might be like not getting enough sleep because you're stressed about things, or working really, really hard and not then helping everybody out financially, and then not having enough to pursue your dreams and aspirations. And that's what I said, take that time for yourself. And I would say, like, I'm going to be honest, your dreams and that are allowed to change as you change, but as long as you're sort of stepping towards them, because I feel like you want to go somewhere. That's what I was just like, it's sort of like coming, I'm just getting like little bits and pieces coming in, it's like little snippets, because I feel like you want to go somewhere, but you feel like you can't, but you long to be there. That's why they're flying. But also, in the same respect, it's like getting yourself in order, getting your body right, making sure you're healthy, and then saving space for you. Thank you. Saving space for you, because it's sort of like, guess what? That dream, that wish, that thing that you're keeping for you, you're still connected to it. And if you're worried that the connection isn't, you know what I mean when I say connection, isn't going to last or still be there, it will still be there. It will stay sort of like a soul connection. That's all I'm going to say about that. So hopefully that makes sense. And just the guidance is like, just allow yourself that time for you, because you just want to go somewhere. That's why that stride, ain't nothing going to break my... I think that was 2022 resolution, isn't it? I'm going to go and achieve my thing. I'm going to go and get it. I'm going to go and take it. Oh, wow, that is right there. That makes so much sense. Because it was like, I could see it would just focus right in. But if you can, I don't know if you can see it, but it's just like a straight line that goes right down the middle. And it's just, yeah. It just took me there. That's why the toll. But, like, you know what I mean by this. So they was like, soul connection. It won't go away. It'll stay. And you don't have to feel like you don't have enough or you aren't good enough or anything like that. Take that time for yourself that you need. Do it. Get yourself right and then pursue it. 2022. It's time to, do what's right for you and achieve your dreams and goals. It's time. It's your time. Okay, thank you. Sometimes these cards, even though they've got nothing, like nothing to do with what your, what your situation. Sometimes even the picture helps sometimes, but sometimes they speak, sometimes they give me a song, or sometimes they just visually something will jump out, or I'll hear it. It just depends on how open your space is, like, open up your heart. Open up your heart. It's okay. Alright. Let's see who's next. Thank you. Just send a message at Intuitive Weaver. Sorry, I always say that wrong. If you'd like a reading. Please don't spam either. Oh. That's so cool. Korea. Yeah, on the soul level. Okay, that makes sense. That's why. There's a lot of that, wasn't it? Oh, Happy New Year, Dory. You have nice energy. Alright, let's see who's next. Thank you, Carla. Actually have really lovely energy. Happy New Year. Oh, okay. Wombat Wanderings. Alright guys. So if you're way down the list, it's okay guys, because I'll be here for a couple of hours, and I will make sure that I can hopefully get through as many people as possible. it's a good time to get a reading. After New Year's, you know, everyone's already sort of gotten over the hump of that. And I mean that in a very PG-13 way. Sorry, just lighting some incense. Okay. Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see what your current energy is. Oh! Okay. Alright. Wanted to make sure. They jump like that. It always gives me a fright, you know, even now after hundreds of times of them jumping. They just flip out. Okay, thank you. Okay. Is that it? Okay. Yeah, you've got some big major changes coming into your life. Sorry, Wombat. I'm just going to call you Wombat. Sorry, I don't know what your name is. You have a lot of big changes coming into your life because you've got endings and beginnings. So your current energy is delight. And I was wondering why delight, because they wanted that card. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm here. They wanted that card to come out. And it's sort of like learning to sing, learning to understand the sound of your soul, and allowing yourself to feel happy. You know, it's sort of like, you know, it's sort of just like allowing yourself to just, because I feel like you've always felt like you were a little bit, I don't know if this makes sense, but I just felt like you were, you know, just average and just like very bland, if that's a word I want to use. And I don't think you've actually truly ever seen yourself through other people's eyes. And I'm not too sure what filter you see yourself with, but there's this gentle, powerful energy and beauty within that really needs to be acknowledged. And it's like, you know, it's like the simple things. It's appreciating the simple things that you are, that you do, that you have, those little moments that are going to really bring in this amazing, because I feel like I want my, like, lift in my stomach, like lifting up of my energy. And I feel like this is a really good time for you to just really embrace who you are, as you are. Yeah, enjoy the time that you have for you, because it feels like it's almost like you've had to learn to fly and to sing, but it may be that you needed to learn to find your voice and make a statement about who you are as a person, and just declare that I am here now. You know, it's almost like a learning to take the lead role in the movie of you. So I always say that. Hopefully this makes sense, and you know. And here with the Judgment and the Fool being your guidance. See this? I just want to express this to you. Now with the Judgment card, it can be a lot about the past, or bringing up things from the past, or people remember you a certain way, or you know, you may have been quite an achiever when you were younger, and maybe as you've gotten a little bit older, I'm not sure how old you are, but you may have lost your luster or wanderlust for life. And it's sort of like learning to get that back, remembering who you are, yeah, bringing you back. It's like I'm bringing in sexy back, hey. You know, it's sort of like that, but maybe not sexy, but just like you, the you that you always were, but had forgotten. And I know this. I know, if anyone knows about that, me, I know about who we really truly are, and remembering that person and bringing them back, you know, but in a more evolved way, because life, you know, changes us. And I think for you, it's just, I think you've just been a little bit hard on yourself. Really, really hard on yourself about a lot of things. And I feel like maybe, you might have, I don't know if you had pressure when you were younger that made you feel like you had to behave a certain way and do a certain thing. But now that you're sort of free, so I want to say, here with the Fool card, you're really about, to just jump in and get things done or do something that you would never think or anyone would ever think you would do. Like it's a change, a major change, like just literally a 90-degree angle to the right or left that you just decide, you know what, I'm just going to put myself out there. And, oh, that's awesome. And it's sort of just like, that's a very powerful energy, and to go with that energy, because I don't think that you realize how much change it's going to bring in for you. And if you felt like you were isolated or kept away from the world, this is a really good time to just go with it. Trust and believe in the universe. It's sort of like falling into that energy and allowing yourself to know that there's a safety net, and to let the inner you shine. See that? It's just like bringing her to life. Or her or him. It doesn't matter. Sorry. Yes. Oh, you know what I mean. Just bringing it to life. Yeah. But they still want you to take that. There's still more coming. Just so you know. Still more to come. And it's okay, because I feel like we have to realize that when we start making those big changes in our lives, that we think, okay, I made this big change and it'll settle. It doesn't. It kind of plateaus, and then if you're still in the evolution or spiritual space, it'll literally go through another boom, like a hump. That's what I said, hump before. And bump you somewhere else. That's a lot more fulfilling, because sometimes we set an ideal on what we want, and then as we change and shift in who we are inside, so too does the goal. And it should change. It should change, because it shouldn't be the only ideal or set goal that you have for yourself, that you could actually have a space that you're aiming for and then land somewhere absolutely different, and that could be more harmonious to you as a person than actually achieving the goal that you originally wanted. So keep jumping, keep leaping, because whoever or wherever or whatever you're going for is so close. That's the thing about, it's so close, because you're in the space to receive it with this delight card. I think it's just going to be a little bit of a surprise, because I feel like it's just going to, it's like a little tickle from the universe in a really good way. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And thank you for letting me read your cards. Here, just a little tickle. So I feel like it might be a bit of a surprise, that the bump in the road, or something that's going to come out of you, because I feel like it's a inspired action. So thank you. Very welcome. So awesome, yeah. But I love that, when we know what we need to do, like it's almost like we think it in our heads, and then someone comes along and confirms it. And for us, even though they always say you don't need outside validation, from anyone else, and we don't. But it's always nice to get this feeling, and then someone actually say, hey, look, this could be happening. It's purely suggestion. The action comes to you. That's why it's inspired action. But when you take that guidance forward and you listen for yourself, it helps when it gets confirmed, or when someone makes it more clearer for you to understand. So yeah, clarity. Yeah, that's a better word. Yes, clarity. Thank you. So thank you for that. That was actually nice. Okay, let's see who's next. Oh, sorry. Thank you, guys. Thank you for that. Yeah, nudge. Well, they kind of said like I heard bunt, so I said bunt, but then I said bump. So it's sort of like, yeah, I think it's just like a boom from the universe, a bit of a shoulder. But, you know, sometimes we like shoulders. Okay, okay. Joey's wifey, 81. Thank you. Joey's wifey. Okay, Candace. Candace. Let's have a look. Let's give it a shuffle. Give a little bit, give a little bit of my love to. I don't know, but I've seen this card come out twice for you. Voyage. You're on a journey. You got a lot of music coming as soon as I tapped into your energy. You might get a lot of insight or messages through music. Sometimes we're clairaudient and we don't know it. Our spirit guides sometimes communicate through music. So just put that out there. Yeah. Interesting cards. Got some tarot. I reveal it all. Yeah, okay, yeah. Bit of a divine intervention. What does that mean? With temperance card. So you got success. These all fell out together, by the way. Flexibility and freedom. These are really, really interesting cards. But with success, for me, I feel like this has been a quiet, simmering, burning desire to move forward. So it's sort of like coming out of the darkness. So, but you have a lot, see this? And you have a lot of cat energy, tiger, and then you have the bird with freedom. So I think for you, yeah, thank you, yeah. All right. So you must get a lot of messages. That's one thing I want to say about you, because that freedom card, they just want me to know that that's a lot of messages. You've been guided towards a space maybe where you could find your soul expression, maybe where you could find something to be more harmonious with you. And you've had to do a lot of, like, with this flexibility, even though it means flexibility for me, they want me to tell you this is more about you focusing on your intuition. Like, it's more like the flexibility of the mind for you, because the tiger always reminds me of Yeshi's Tovel, and which is a very powerful energy. And I want to get that card because it just flashed it to me. But anyway, so with the success, something that you might have been keeping a little bit secret that you're moving towards, and you've I feel like with this, I want to say flexible. You're being flexible for other people. And you may have pushed your intuition to the back. See how she's right at the back and not right up in your face like the panther? Hopefully this is making sense. Tell me if I'm not. Hi. And so I think for you, I think you put your intuition at the back. But that's not going to be allowed. I'm going to tell you that your spirit space or your spiritual space, spiritual team, they're coming in here with temperance. They're coming in to smooth out the situation. Because there has to be a balance. It's almost like, it's, okay, there was a lot of stuff coming in. So, I don't know why I want to say this, but I'm just going to say it now. Hopefully it makes sense. Love is freedom. Love is not a trap or a prison. And it's something I write about because I used to often feel trapped when I was in my relationship. Stuck. And I'm not saying it's about relationship. It can be about just life in general. And sometimes we have to bring in that space where we are allowed to be free, because that's learning to be loved. Love and freedom, well, love and freedom don't go hand in hand, but when you're in a relationship or when you're in a space where you want to express, there has to be this freedom and this right to do so. So when we have temperance come in, which is your fix-it angel, someone to fix the situation or make it better, to bring balance and to get rid of the toxicity, you know, in your life, it usually means that there's a compression of your soul space, or yeah, I just want to say compression because I feel like I just, you know, when it should be open hands, but one is balled up. So it's sort of like, you know, like a compression of your soul space. It's that's the only thing that wants to come out. So I think for you, you have to realize that a lot of us are going through a space of awakening to our intuition, the knowing, and that's been, it's almost like you know something, but you're not really wanting to acknowledge it. And even though it's sort of like here with the Panther, the success energy, it's almost like this little wish to be free, to be able to be free to express yourself or do what you need to do and not be pushed to the back, because you may not feel like you fit in wherever you are, or within that scene. You know, you're a little bit different. So here we have temperance to bring in some divine intervention. So you may have had a lot of things coming in that changed, or that is changing, but the guidance is to go with that flow, to go with that, to bring in balance for you, so that the situation is more balanced for you. Because, you know, it's sort of like yeah, it's like a lot, you know, it's hard to say because I don't want to say it so it sounds offensive, but it's sort of like it just got to stop putting yourself on the back burner. Your dreams, your aspirations, we all do it. It's a weird thing, you know, being human, that we always want to share our love and give everything to everyone else, but then we forget about our own. And there has to bring a balance in so that things don't wobble out of place too far. You know, it's sort of like, you know, when things really start getting into a space of moving and changing, that G-force doesn't throw you out of whack and fling you way over into Neverland or the Land of Oz, you know. Because that's when you have to go through those hard lessons and learn some deep stuff. So I think they're trying to bring into balance, in alignment with the masculine and feminine energy in your life, the light and the dark within and without, and bringing you some space to breathe, some freedom to be you. And I think that's really important, because it's almost like that freedom space it's almost like you've been keeping that to yourself. So close. It's funny how they always say that, eh? So close. Within reach, anyway. Hopefully that makes sense, and thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Sometimes it gets hard to disconnect from the energies. Very welcome. Hopefully that made sense. Sometimes, you know, there's the downside to it, or maybe it's not a downside, is that sometimes when you have a really good reader come in, they can sidestep and see the things that were really sitting there, and that's not always comfortable to openly express. So yeah, thanks. All right, who's next? Let's go. Let's keep it moving. Because I'm, you know, like I'm clairsentient, so, you know, I feel that stuff. I feel it. I felt that for you. And it was a little heavy. But it's sort of like, you know, like if anyone out there needs to know, sometimes you get all these big, huge changes in your life because whatever you're in is not harmonious for you as a person, and they have to shift it, and sometimes that shift, you know, like our spiritual space, they shift it for us within us, so that we can move into it's more like about fulfillment, you know, because everything could look really good on the outside to everyone. They look at you and they think, oh man, you know, like that, you look really happy. But we all know that the most happiest people outwardly are sometimes the most saddest, because they've learned to hide their sadness a little bit better than some of us that don't. And sometimes Spirit moves things for us, get it out of the way. But in moving it can be really, really hard. So, alright. Moana. Alright. Okay. Let's be a little bit patient, guys. I like to give a proper message, so sometimes it takes more than a minute, and you have to be patient. But just listen, because sometimes, if you listen, sometimes there's something in that for you that you'll receive, that will help you. Okay. Moana. There we go. It's alright. I'm here for a bit. Your aura is really, really purple, so you have a lot of innate abilities, and that means, you know, there, sitting there. So I've got a really strong, you may even know that you're an indigo child, or have thought about it, or recently read about it. Let's see what they have to say. I don't know if that made sense. Sorry, that came out like that. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, funny that, eh? Sorry, I'm not talking to myself. Just give this a good. Alright. Let's get your tarot cards and then I'll reveal the cards. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. I like your message because it's very, it's got, and you know, it's got, in it. It's got a bit of punch in it. That's a good way to do it. Thank you. But here we have transformation and action. And I like this with you because, like I get this space too. I get this. So in your energy, you've had a lot of healing, like literally clearing. You might have been crying, talking, singing, working out, something like that. But I feel like you've just done a big, huge purge in your solar plexus. And I talked about that a little bit earlier. Oh, sorry, I flashed my Farah. I talked about this a little bit earlier, that sometimes I really connect to your throat chakra, which is important when you're going to give messages to people. When you bring forward that message, that your throat chakra is open and moving clockwise, moving in the right direction. And for a lot of people, they don't realize is that our chakras are mirrors to each other. So the root chakra is connected to the crown chakra. So if your root chakra is a little bit wobbly, so too will your crown chakra. Your sacral is your third eye. Your solar plexus is your throat, but your heart is the center. It has no reflection. That's why it's the most powerful chakra, right? For opening up a human being. So I feel like for you, if this makes sense, you've had a big clearing, like a big one. And it might have been a little bit emotional. And it would make sense if you did. And it was emotional, because guess what? All of that, it's not just a house, it's everyone's that we've ever interacted with in our life. Because if you're empathic, which I would highly think that you are, we store it. We store a lot of it. And you're just coming into the knowledge that you are going through a big change in your life, which is important. And that this is like, there's a moment in your spiritual journey that you realize that you're no longer the seed. And a lot of us plant seeds in the garden of our life, and we blossom and bloom into the flower. So it's realizing here with this transformative space that you're no longer the seed, you're no longer reaching through the darkness up to the light. You are actually in full bloom. And that means crown chakra. So to open up here, you've actually got to go up through your chakras. So when they're moving a lot, that's why indigo, thank you very much. Sorry, that's why they say, that's why indigo. That's why it was the crown chakra. That's the blossoming of the rose, right? A sisterhood, thank you. Sisterhood of the rose. So yeah, you might be finding that you're connecting in with a lot of other, I want to say feminines, but feminine energy can be for male or female. We carry both. So I want to say the feminine energy, because the sisterhood can mean feminine energy, but that is nourishment, that is receptivity, that is intuition, that is knowing and knowing. So there's definitely a lot of intuitive space coming forward, and you're going to have to learn to get really calm and really still with that. Because the downside, this is what I have to do. So I imagine, but I visualize my intuition as a pool of water. Okay? So I have to make sure that that water is clear and still, so that when I look into it, it reflects back at me. And that's how I know I can connect in with my intuition. So it's a visualization for me, because I use my third eye, right? And if we don't have, see with this action card, if we don't have still water or a mastering of the emotional space, we're not going to be able to understand or see the image perfectly, because the waves and the wobbles and the waves and the wobbles, that's all that's going to come out, okay? I want to say another word, but it's not coming forward. We won't be able to see the true image of what's been given to us by our spiritual team or by spirit, the universe itself. So yes, you're going through a transformation of knowing that you are opening up energetically here in the crown chakra, and also knowing here a lot of stuff's coming in, but also a lot of stuff has to leave you before a lot of stuff can come in. So if you can understand where like a storage vessel or a USB, what's it? Disk drive. Oh my god, sorry guys. Showing my age. But you have storage capacity, right? We have to understand that we have to get rid of some storage to put, it's like our phones. If we have too much videos on our phones, we have to go through and pick and choose which ones we want to keep that are meaningful to us, and then put in the cloud what we don't want, or in another storage what we don't want or we don't need on our phone. And it's literally the same for you. So you've got to release to unlock and open, but also to receive. That's why your crown chakra is opening. You may, like you may be getting a lot of headaches. I don't know if that's, because maybe drinking, but like a lot of tension headaches going on in there. So just realize that. Okay, and the guidance for you coming forward from Spirit is, see how she's sitting there with the Queen of Pentacles? And I love this. Virgo energy, still, open, free. This is the vibration that you want to achieve. Okay, the Queen of Pentacles, she's abundant. This is my Beyonce card. But it's also someone that's done all the work, but also looks good doing it, It's just her vibe. She just gives it off like that. And like for you, that allows you to find abundance. So whatever you're planning on doing with this intuitive gift or this inspired action is moving you in the right space. You just have to get really, like you're going to hear me say this a lot because it's the current energy, right? Is that a lot of these, a lot of the people that are awakening into their actual spiritual powers, superpowers, you know, they have to also learn to still their mind, but also their energy. Yeah, their pool of intuition. Especially when you're learning that, like, that's a big crown chakra awakening, but they're saying that you've had to clear out a lot and also found your voice. But you can tell the difference between someone that has connected into their throat chakra and someone that has not, because their energy will just literally reach out and grab you. So I feel like for you, you're getting into that space of wisdom. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Because if you're giving messages, if you're not speaking the truth, people are going to see through that I want to say ingenuine, but like if you don't have integrity, people are going to see right through it. They're going to feel it in your vibe. They're going to look at you and go, oh, I'm not too sure about you. And a lot of people can really portray a lot of confidence, but not really have that connection. It takes a lot of work to be in a space of spiritual awareness and connection and actually using it with integrity. It takes a lot of effort and commitment and dedication to the craft, to the skill set, to the energy. And if you don't know who you are, then no one else is going to know who you are. And it's sort of like that's where you're going forward. And it's just bringing in abundance. You're just open to receiving, open to receiving. You're prepared to do the work, and you're prepared to, it's like do the mahi, get the treats. Do the work, get the treats. That's your spiritual guidance for today. So hopefully that makes sense for you. And yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Don't ever bring guilt when you fall off the path. Just get back on the path. You can always decide the next day to get back on. So don't ever feel bad when you're not too sure, you're feeling a little bit imbalanced. Because if we feel imbalanced, it's a really good time to learn to stop and just relax and be kind to yourself. And you'll hear me say this a lot. Just stop, relax, and be kind to yourself when it's getting a little bit too much. Because you can always start again tomorrow. All right? Very welcome. Yeah, doesn't make good some treats. That's the only way I could describe it. Because, like I said, that's my Beyonce card. Beyonce works hard, but she looks good doing it. Oh, very well. All right, who's next? Very welcome. Okay. I got what feet on me? 77. I think she was there. I think I've seen her name. I'll just come in. Sorry guys, I have to drink a lot of water because when you channel, sometimes it can really. Some days you'll see when I close my eyes. And I'm here. Okay, kia ora. And it's because I know that they're bringing in messages, and I have to hydrate, otherwise they'll just burn through me. Because water's the conduit, right, for me. Some people use other elements, but I use water. All right. Let's have a look for you. anything else? Okay. Let's get your tarot cards. Okay. So you got the cards, you got 3, but I wanted to ask anything else and they just put out 2 more, so that's alright. So here we go. We have got going forward. It's funny because this shows dawn, but what I saw in my mind when I was tapping into your energy was sunset. Okay, sunset scene at the beach, things like that. And then I got illumination and relaxation. And your tarot guidance messages were 10 of Wands and the Page of Cups. So I'll bring them up as I'm talking. So yeah, sort of like you've been to Oz and back. I don't know if it's actually Australia or the land of Oz. So I feel like you've been through a journey where you've had to go through a lot of ups and downs and a little bit of sometimes a little odd things would happen. Like it's like off the beaten track is what I want to say. Yeah, you went somewhere else that was very different to what you were used to, or you are currently on there. Okay, but I like that. Okay, thank you. I like that the sun's just coming up there for you, and I feel like you've been getting it's sort of like you've been just trying to move towards being a lot more positive, starting your day a lot more positive, trying to know more about what's going on around you, like deciphering whether or not, like learning to make the right discernment, learning to make the right decisions, and moving forward. Like it's this, okay, like I want to say it's like an adventure, but like you're very not cautious, but you're just like steadily moving along. It's sort of like one foot in front of the other. Some days you just have to put one foot in front of the other, and some days you're just running, like it's different paces along your path, but still trying to inevitably move towards some kind of light or illumination here. And it's sort of like saying here, with illumination and relaxation, it's like it's just giving me that holiday vibe. So I feel like it's like, I don't know what that means, but it's like a holiday vibe. It's almost like you went to Oz and back. I don't know why I want to say it like that, but I don't even know if you've been to Oz, but it just feels like you went somewhere else. And here with illumination, it's sort of like I feel like you've been studying or researching. You're trying to find out more information about something, because I feel like it's like a slow reveal. That's why the pace was different here going forward. Some days it was one foot in front of the other, and then some days it was like running, like it was talking about information. Some days it was like getting blood out of a stone, and some days it was like a full-on waterfall of illumination, knowledge. And see here with the relaxation, you're getting a lot more better at understanding and researching, and I don't know why I want to say research, I'm sorry, it just comes out that way, but really looking at things and sort of like getting on top of it. And it's been a slow reveal with the information. I don't know if this is about land or something like that, or with a family thing, because I feel like for you it's like realizing that you want to reconnect. Okay, I wouldn't say it like that. You want to reconnect with the forest, with the trees, but in the representation that's your ancestors or your family lineage. It's like realizing that you're standing in the forest. I said this before. A lot of us are coming into the knowledge that we are the tree, part of our family tree, but when you look around, it's a forest of trees. The connections here, there, and everywhere. Hopefully this makes sense. And that's what you've been working on. It's sort of like become a hobby, if this makes sense. It's become your hobby, but like something that you're really guided to do with that moon sitting there, because you're starting to feel a lot more connected to this. Like it's something that almost like a mission. I don't know if it's a mission. I feel like you're just trying to treat it like a hobby, but there's a lot of passion in it, behind it. And the more you know, the more you feel connected to it. And Oh, I just wanted to cry there when I touched that card. Okay. So here with the Ten of Wands and the Page of Cups. I don't know, but it just said you're bringing them home. Bringing them home's been hard. You've been trying to bring them home. Or I don't know what this is, but this felt like a movement towards, you know, sort of like that move, like I said, moving away. And like I said, you went away, but it's sort of like you're trying to bring them back, and that's been the burden, and bringing it all back. Bringing them back. Because here with the Page of Cups, it was like I said, it was a new beginning, but it was like the more you know, the harder it becomes, but also the more emotionally invested you're becoming in it. But the thing is, I feel like you feel like a learner. You know, like it's all a little bit too much. And that, because over here it's got that pigs will fly thing, you know, this is the card of pigs will fly, like you feel like you'll never fully be able to achieve it, whatever goal you've set. But I would say because it resonates with you, because of what you're doing makes it feel right within you, you were always supposed to do this. Always. You've chosen it. You chose it. But you might have to understand that it chose you. Yeah, because that's the Ten of Wands, right? It feels like a burden. It feels like, but you're just trying to bring it home. When I touch that card, it's like you're bringing them home. That's all I want to say, and I don't know what that actually means for you, but it's sort of like, but that is the burden of it. It's that you feel like you're letting people down, but you're not. You feel connected to this situation quite deeply. Though you might keep it cool, calm, collected on the outside though, right? With that relaxation. I'm just, it's just like a bit of a hobby, but it's more than that for you. It's like the names and the faces and I don't know what this means, but someone's just giving me messages like that. It's a reconnection. Family lineage. And they've been leaving the light on for you. That's what you don't understand, is that you chose this, but they chose you too. They chose it too. I don't know if this is family lineage, but it feels like family to me. Because only here with the Page of Cups, you see that? Spiritually. Don't worry. Sometimes the most impossible things become possible when we realize that we can do it. I would say have confidence. It has been a long time coming. So reignite that passion, that love for it. Just keep going. Yeah, don't stop. Ten of Wands is the end of it. That's a cool thing. I think you've already got over the hump. What's up with this hump that I keep saying, talking about hump? You've got over like the hump of it. See that? You're coming into an easier cycle, but it has been really hard. And they're acknowledging that. But keep that love alive for it. Keep it alive. And yeah, thank you very much. Oh yeah, it feels like family. But they keep it, it's weird because they've been guiding you along this path. And I can tell you that there's been like little moments where you've just felt like they're literally talking to you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let it go. But there's a lot of love exchanging there. So thank you. So hopefully that made sense. You're very welcome. Yeah. I love that. That was such a good You're welcome. And sort of like, you know, I might look sad, but it's actually because a lot of love wants to come in. A lot of love, and it's sort of just, ooh, it's because it hits me like a bus in the heart chakra. So it feels a little painful, but it's actually quite beautiful. As soon as I touched that card, I felt that. So. Let's give these all a good shuffle. Alright, who's next? Oh, sorry, I saw the list way back. No. Okay, Chrissy left. Oh, you're ready. You're ready? Okay, awesome. Oh, I gotta shake that up. Okay. Alright, here we go. Just refer to the moderator, Intuitive Weaver, if you'd like to get on the list, guys. Sorry, I need some lip balm. Don't mind me. I can feel my lips getting dry. Let's see what your current energy is, Chrissy. I see this song. Let it down easy, heart is on the line. Let it down easy, you'll grow up in time. Who sings that song? Team Street Derby? Let's see what Spirit has for you in your current energy. Anything else? Ooh. Okay. Turn. It came out before and I didn't like it, so I put it back and it came out again. So, okay, so you have pleasure and power. Pleasure and power, Chrissy. And your spiritual guidance is the Nine of Cups and the Page of Swords. The Nine of Cups came out in reverse, but for me that's just showing me a delay. Because when this Page of Swords wanted to come out twice, I knew that what the message was. So here with pleasure and power, your current energy is well, it's learning to counterbalance things. So it's learning that what the opposites are of things. And I want to say that originally they told me that you were, well, there's like this innocence. I don't know if it's an inner child or there's innocence around you, but there was this sense of innocence. And with that, because that was the first impression I got from the card, and I feel like you've been just, I feel like it's like a growing up, because I'm not too sure on how old you are, but for some odd reason they sort of have this, like this childlike energy, is what I want to say with that pleasure card. And it's not because you're pursuing pleasure, or maybe you may see things like you might be like like me, that when you see a butterfly, you stop and you're like, oh, butterfly, like or just an innocent way of looking at things. rainbows and things like that. Like you enjoy the more, well, maybe it's a dreamlike space. I don't know whether or not you have a lot of dreams where you have a lot of really beautiful spaces, or there's a lot of things coming in for this particular card, but the same energy of it being innocence. And even though pleasure and innocence, you think, oh, that doesn't make sense, why that would be like that. It's more about enjoying things that are just quite beautiful, enjoying beautiful energy and beautiful scenery, and just really making the most of that moment, and just sort of enjoying it as in, but in an adventurous way. I don't know if it makes sense. But on that same thing, on the counterbalance to that is this power energy. So there's a lot of, like, it's almost like a dual personality. In one respect, you are very placid and loving and kind, and on the other side, you have a very strong, like, it's almost like, don't mess with me because you'll know all about it. You'll know all about it. Like there's a flip side to your personality. And that can be quite destructive for you if you don't know how to control it. So I think for you, it's sort of like, it's sort of, okay. So maybe on the outside, you portray very placid energy, but on the inside you have a lot of raw energy. Like, I don't know if you watch The Witcher, but Yennefer, right? She was a powerful elf witch and or mage, and she had to learn to control her chaos, right? I don't know why what it came across like that. And it's sort of like you're having to learn to bring a balance to it, because it's very dualistic, it's almost like Fiona. I'm sorry I got Fiona, but it's like she's princess by day, but at night she's the ogre, but she feels free being the ogre. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of like, it's like Beauty and the Beast. It's that kind of energy. It's like, it's that duality, if I'm all good until you mess with me, and then when you mess with me, you're going to not want to ever mess with me again. But Spirit is actually asking for you to bring that in. And it's not about controlling, it's about learning how to use that power and that energy in the way that is more productive for you. Because here with the Nine of Cups, to really fully be happy, you have to learn with the Page of Swords. Because I feel like, you have a lot of people that watch you or that check up on you about what you're doing, about what you're trying to achieve in the world. And I don't know if that's another person that's keeping tabs on you, or whether or not you like that. I'm going to say no, because I don't think you like that at all. Or someone in your vicinity that's like that. That's why. Okay. So this might be about someone specific that you don't like, or that you can sense that they just kind of irk you a little bit. You can sense that they're kind of keeping tabs on you, or spying on you, or trying to make, or just to the, does this make sense? Because it feels like you've got someone that's coming in and disrupting your flow. Because that Nine of Cups was in reverse. And that's why you're starting to feel this build-up of, I want to say negative energy, but it's more like, I just want to rip shit. Like Yennefer, and just like, rah, rah, and burn people. But please don't. But it's sort of like that energy, that's that build-up, because there's a lot of frustration, isn't there, with someone in your life that's really, whether you've let them go or not. Because I feel like it's just kind of, I just want to go about my thing. I just want to just do my own thing, if that makes sense. And this person's keeping tabs on you, and it's irritating the shit out of you. And I say it that way because that's how it's coming in. And I think you just have to realize that you have to focus a lot. You have to learn to focus on not protecting yourself, but more like protecting yourself from the destructive way of this energy that's building. Because here with the Nine of Cups, you see how she's like raw, it's like, but it's coming out of her heart space. It's sort of like if the world gives you lemons, make lemonade. I've said this before, but it's sort of like turning it around so that you can actually have a more positive experience instead of destroying it and having this person tell on you, because I feel like they're just waiting for you to mess up. They're just waiting for you to mess up. And I don't usually like to bring forward messages like that, but I feel like that was very specific, and sort of like turn this experience, this anger, this build into something, and sort of like use it in a way that makes you feel better, in a positive way, because it's about karma, right? It's about karma. So if you turn around and just rip shit into this person, that's how we say it here, because that's how I feel. It's like, I just put your face down, something, have a scrap. But if you do that, it's destructive to you. It's almost like for all the goodness you've been trying to create in your life, you're just going to blow it up. And you know that, like, for you, that's not going to help you move forward or out of the situation any easier. So it's easier to turn it into a space of turning all that energy to something positive here with the Nine of Cups. Wish fulfillment, or emotionally finding happiness in it, if that makes sense. And this person watching you, well, they'll have nothing to talk about, will they? Absolutely nothing. So, yeah, just control your chaos. Control your chaos. Yeah. But don't worry, because when you turn around and you use it for the good, like how Unifer used it for the good, she went through a bit of a rough patch, but in the, I don't know if you've watched, I'm not doing any spoilers anyway, but, it turns around for her. But she went through a bit of a rough patch, and it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to have a rough patch and to feel this anger, but channel it in a way that's more productive for you, so that whoever it is that's irking you doesn't get the satisfaction of bringing you down. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. And thank you. Sometimes I just have to translate what it is that's coming in. Sometimes it gets hard because I get given the scene and then I've got to translate it. But yeah, because I wouldn't usually talk like that, but that's how it wanted to come in. So that's how I gave it. Thank you. You're very welcome. I try my best. Yeah, that's developing the mediumship. You trust that intuitive that comes in, or the feeling or a knowing, it'll just come in. When you learn to trust it, like everyone always says, trust your intuition, but that takes development and building that trust with your energy and your spiritual team. All right. Okay, Sharon. All right, Sharon. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Just give these a bit of a shuffle first. See where your current energy is. Oh, I got sleepy tapping into my eyes went really heavy. Tapping into your energy. Are you tired? Thanks for the likes, guys. Appreciate it. Got trust. Anything else? Yep. Okay. Trust the process, maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Those jumped out pretty fast. So you got a lot of cards, but I'll get through this pretty fast. But here we have trust, purification, and focus. And your spiritual guidance is Seven of Cups, King of Cups, and Page of Swords. This is going to pop out a lot, but it has different depending on the context. So here with your trust, purification, and focus, yeah, you're being guided to remove what doesn't resonate with you, right? I mean, that would make sense for this. But for me, the purification one is usually about removing toxicity. But it's almost like removing toxicity in your life can be about removing people that make you feel alone or isolated or emotional, that don't always deserve you either. And you have to trust and believe that you're going to be okay, you're going to get through this, even though it might have been really hard, or you feel like you have been left in the lurch kind of thing, or may struggle through. Because I feel like there is definitely a struggle in this process. But yeah, like I did say this earlier, sometimes the different seasons in our life nourish us and bring us into a space of healing. Healing is never fun. Well, mostly not, because it's about stuff we don't want to deal with. And I feel like for you, it's sort of like it's cold. I don't know if it is cold for you, but it just feels cold, as in you're feeling a little bit alone. And if you're not alone, like energetically or physically with people around you or in a relationship, it just could be like as in alone in the space of your journey. But you have to realize that if you keep moving through this space of trusting the process, which for me it's a spiritual space, whether it's spiritual or not, trusting in process is about trusting the way everything's flowing in your life or changing, and focus on whether, I don't know if this is about your health or is it about someone, but definitely in your life there has been a lot of toxicity that Spirit is trying to bring you freedom from. And I think as long as you focus on that, it might be a little rough, but when you will overcome it, thank you very much, you will overcome that mountain. You will be able to get to the top and see clearly what is now set out in front of you. And that takes time and effort. And here with the Seven of Cups, your spiritual advice, and the King of Cups, and the Page of Swords, there's a lot that you're learning, and truths may be very blunt and hard about somebody, because I feel like there was some kind of confusion or illusion, is what this card usually means. A choice that you had to make, and you were very unsure about making the right choice or the right people. It's sort of like, it's almost like a slight regret when it came to making a very strong decision in your life. But you have to realize that sometimes you have to get rid of all the cups to find the real cup inside, with the King of Cups. And you may know someone that is I say Scorpio, but a water sign in your life. But I want to only refer this as being for you. And I feel like it's sort of like you have to get into a space of emotional intelligence, and that's part of a healing journey as well. And even though you might be still learning, or for me, because this could be about a student, or a page is someone younger in their sign. But I think for you, I just feel like with the Seven of Cups, the King of Cups, and the Page of Swords, you're learning a lot of truth. And it's been really hard. Like there's a lot of, not so much, I don't know if it's immature people, but like this sense that there was a lot of immaturity around you, and you're having to learn to be a lot more wiser when it comes to making choices with the people in your life. Hopefully that makes sense. And making the right choices is learning how it feels. So the King of Cups always reminds me of the heart space, my heart chakra. And it's sort of like, if I need to make a choice, and yet once again there's that boat floating, you're definitely changing or going somewhere else that's more emotionally harmonious for you, and that's the word I like to use. You're definitely trying to move away from a space. But when you're ever confused about making decisions and or distinguishing or discerning what is true for you or not, you have to make sure that it feels right here in your heart, in your heart space, in your heart chakra. When it feels right, it is right. And there's a lot of times, like, you know, like even in my journey getting rid of people, some people I've invested a lot of time in, you know, a lot of time, I'm doing 20 plus years, and then having to push them out because they no longer helped me in my evolution. And I would often almost regret my decision and almost revert back to wanting to go back and be, you know, create a friendship again, but then realizing once again that this person has not changed. And so learning to make the right decisions from the heart and learning to stick to them, or at least stick with them while you need to, because I would never judge anyone for ever wanting to reconnect with people, because things are different when you've gone through healing. You can see things better, you can accept them easier. But in the moment when you need it, sometimes you have to let go of people. You know what I mean? So I think for you, yeah, it's been a little bit of a hard process, but a process in which you have to trust that you're making the right decisions and that you'll come into a space of knowing quite easily. Here with the King of Cups, you know, it's a very generous king, it's a very kind king, very wise king, and it may just be the mastery of your emotions, learning to master your emotions so that you're not so confused, because if your heart is clear, usually everything else is clear, like your sight and the knowing within. So it's about inner knowing, inner feeling, and moving forward. But yeah, there's like, I just feel like you just started to come into the knowledge of finding out about people or things that you didn't know before. So like learning truths and yeah, being able to understand that those might have been a little bit painful. You know, sort of like walking on thin ice with some people, or some people were walking on thin ice with you. But definitely a forward motion of moving away from toxic situations and people. So hopefully that made sense, and thank you very much. Yeah, I can tell, because it was like, you know, it's weird. It was almost like the universe, you weren't too sure about something or someone or some situation, and then the universe literally just revealed it, and it was hard to get through or to understand why. And then it's sort of like here with the King of Cups, that mastery of emotion or the emotional intelligence, that comes from growth. It comes from getting grounded and centered within you and letting go of everything else. You know, water's about healing, intuition, nourishment, all sorts, flow, energy. But learning to come out of those deep waters and emerging into the shallow waters where you're in the light more, where you can see yourself, not being overwhelmed by it, because I feel over here feeling very overwhelmed by it. But it's going to be easier coming into 2022 when you start getting more heart-centered. But yeah, thank you. What are you doing? You guys. Oh, you're going. I'll see you later, bro. Alright. Let's roll. Okay, who's next up? Yeah. But for anyone, like, anyone it can be very hard when there's a lot of changes that come in and you have to do like the worst, like the one thing you didn't want to do. So yeah, that's awesome. And just keep moving forward, keep getting grounded and centered. You know, anytime it becomes too much, go straight to the heart space and let it bring forward what it needs to. It's sort of like, you know, feel your emotions without it destroying you. Thank you for the likes, guys. Okay. If you want a reading, you can refer to the moderator right there, Intuitive Weaver, Bella, Grammy of Bentley. Okay, Bella, are you there? Yeah. Oh, Jackie, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes that energy sits with us because it's the part that helps us change and move out of spaces. Sometimes the universe does things to us and guides us in a space that it has to be more harmonious for us. Otherwise, you're in spaces that just diminish you more and more and more. Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. Jackie. Sorry, I had to disconnect. I can feel like the, you know, the need, not the need, I don't know if that's the right word, but the just wanting to be in the light, you know, just wanting to be in the light more and not go so dark side. So you'll get there. All right, I'm just going into Jackie's energy. That's awesome. Okay. Yes. So your current energy is, Jackie. Okay. I'll just give you tarot cards. Oh, okay. Alright. So, you got relaxation, which I kind of like what comes next. Abundance. Oh, sorry. Abundance. And diligence. So, it's weird because I just got that song when I saw that relaxation card. I just got that. Relax, just do it when you want to get to it. So I feel like for you, it's sort of like it's coming, and it's sort of don't stress out too much. Just relax, because the thing is when you pull tight or when you contract your energy, because it's like I want something. When you do that, it blocks you from being actually open to receive, because you're just like, I want something, and when it's ready for me, it'll come to me. And it's not so much about, it's more like the law of attraction for you. I think maybe you really like the law of attraction, or maybe you're just a very hard worker that likes to manifest or bring about the things that they want in their life. And it's sort of like here with diligence, it's sort of like one thing I had to learn for myself, so this is the only way I can explain this through my own experience, is that I had to step back from things and then just let it come to me or play out naturally, and not be so hung up or watching every detail or every moment of something to finally fruition, because the more you do that, the more anxiety you bring in to your vibration. And it's sort of like learning to step back and get out of the way of your abundance coming in. So relax your guard, relax your energy, and not be so tight or wound up for that, to allow that abundance to actually show itself to you. Let me know if it's making sense or not. And with that diligence, it's like that relaxation and that diligence, the diligence card being about stepping back and letting that land replenish itself. it's not actually about the bird, but it's actually letting the land or your body replenish itself. So it might be a good time for you to relax, restore, and realign to your goals, or reset yourself and reflect upon 2021 so that the goals for your 2022 are a lot more clearer. Because sometimes we have to go back or go in to come out. It's sort of like that 2 steps forward, but then it's 3 steps, 2 steps back and then 3 steps forward. It's like that. It's like going back a little bit just to, readjust to whatever's going on in your life. And I think for you, it's sort of like I feel like I just want you to just relax, because when it comes into the space of creating your abundance or your goals and aspirations that you have for this year or currently, it's going to happen. It's just going to happen, because it's like that thing that I attract. I don't chase, I attract. And I feel like for you, that's really what's going on with your vibration. So let it come to you naturally, so that you don't have to, we all do when we really want something so much, and we just do so much for it. We overwork ourselves, and we have to realize that, so the grinding, everyday grinding, that's how you get. A lot of people have to realize that there's an old paradigm shift. We've had it, there's an old paradigm, and we've had a shift since then. So we're in different ways of being, and it's sort of like bringing forward something that's more meaningful to you takes time and cultivation. And it's almost like, like in the old Asian movies, but all the Asian movies, all the deities in there, they cultivate their chi. They cultivate their power, their energy over time. And I think for you, it's just about cultivating yourself over time, and allow that, because a lot of us often feel like we don't have time, but we do. Even at my age, I'm in my 40s now, even at my age, you have time. I have time. And I don't have to put that pressure on myself to constantly achieve and constantly create to make other people feel better. That is not my job. And I can't diminish myself or take for myself to constantly give and not take that time to step back and heal and replenish my energy. Those days of thinking like that have started to shift and move out of my reality. So when I bring forward things, when I do lives and when I do content on TikTok, it's because I'm drawn to do it. And not drawn, I'm drawn to give you readings, but it's more like I'm here to help, because right now my energy is strong. But when it's not, I'm not going to force myself to be here to help, okay? It's sort of like I'm not going to drain myself to help and have nothing for me. It's not a selfish way of being. It's a self-awareness that I'm not at my strongest, so someone else's light can come in and help you, or help the people out there. So it's the same as for you. When you're strong, come forward. When you need time out for yourself, step back, and it's okay, because you've done enough. We always have to realize we've done enough work to be able to allow that to come towards us. So sorry, that was a lot. And here with 7 of Pentacles there, it takes time and cultivation. 7 of Pentacles is investing in something and waiting for it to grow. But the thing is, if you're going to sit there and watch every little detail, it's going to be like watching the grass grow. That's not fun. It's not fun at all. The 9 of Cups is wish fulfillment. So then together, 9 of Pentacles and the 7 of Pentacles and the 9 of Cups together with the Queen of Wands, Law of Attraction. It's coming to you. It just takes time. The universe needs time for it to manifest. Manifesting is important to you here with the Queen of Wands. She attracts, she doesn't chase, she uses intelligence. She usually doesn't have to. What was that thing I watched? Okay, I watched this lady, and she was referring to herself because she was black, but we're just going to talk about it as a woman in general. Is that sometimes we in this modern age, this time, we have to be strong women, right? But we've become so used to being strong women that we don't accept help, or people think we don't need it. But sometimes she says, when I'm around people, sometimes oh, my ankle's broken. You know, like she purposely will make it so that she's not always strong. Sometimes she allows herself to be known as being weak so that she gets the support and the help that she needs. And I think for you, it's sort of like being conscious that you don't always have to put up the front that you are a strong, independent woman that doesn't need help, or I can do everything on my own, because really, truly, as human beings, we need each other to help each other. Because I mean, I don't always come out and do lives all the time. I've done a couple, but I don't always come out and do lives all the time because I don't have the energy for it. So that's when I allow someone else's light to shine and bring in healing. But when I come in, at least I know I'm strong. That's why I do it. And when I step back, if you don't see me for a bit, it's because I've been resting and restoring my energy. And he would just, for you, it's the same thing. It's sort of like just letting yourself step back and take a breather, because that's healthy for you. To constantly be on the go or to drain yourself to nothing leaves you with nothing, and you receive nothing. So fill your cup and then let the universe amplify it and harmonize with that by filling your cup too. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. That's because we're like, there's a lot of old paradigms that we're still living with the being a strong independent woman. I don't need nobody, I don't need any help, I can do it, I'm a machine. But a lot of us are really, we're still needing help and support from people, and we have to allow ourselves to be weak. She didn't mean it in a way like being useless or not being able to do anything for ourselves, but it's more about like, if I don't have to say, oh no, I've got this, I'm sorted. Sometimes you have to say, oh no, I can't do it, I need help. Like seriously, like truthfully, being more truthful outwardly towards people and saying, yeah, no, I need your help, and being open to it, because that also allows the universe to bring in something that can help and support you. It's like opening all the doors instead of closing them to receive. So thank you very much. Sorry guys, I know I talk a lot, but this is how it comes out. So thank you, Jackie. Hopefully that made sense. But yeah, it's sort of like, we're all learning this. We're all kind of learning it at the same time together, and realizing that we can change to the new way of thinking and being, sort of like the last 2 years has been a real eye-opener for me in the way that I move about in the world, because the world's changing, and we some of us are still playing out with the old paradigm and how that worked, and that's sort of becoming a little bit more non-existent now. So we'll just shuffle these up. Not non-existent, but those systems are changing in shape and in form, and also needs to change in shape and form in our minds and our mindsets, how we see ourselves out there in the world. You don't always have to be on point, on guard, literally power switch on. Sometimes you have to turn that light off and have a good rest, I think, like I'm trying to get into the space of normalizing myself as being, making mistakes and or feeling blocked in creativity or low in energy, instead of always coming out and being positive energy all the time. Sometimes that's not real, is it? Sometimes we're not positive energy all the time. Sometimes we're actually negative and in dark spaces. Thank you for the roses and the likes, guys. Because everyone's got this idea that spiritual people are like constantly positive and in the light, but we emerge from the dark. What we learn is that our darkness doesn't stop us. So for a lot of people, they're going through spiritual spaces and wondering why everything hurts and why your emotions are getting on top of you, is because you're human and you're allowed to be. because we're always having to put up, like, sorry, I'm just clearing the energy. Not because your energy was dense, it's just time. You guys just can have some too. There you go. Take water. You're spiritually born spiritual. That's the thing. We ain't trying to be spiritual. We are spiritual. Mind, body, soul. We're 3-dimensional, and all we're doing is remembering that we are. So, if you can think about it, the human civilization went through a forgetting, but now we're starting to remember. It's like waking up from the matrix, right? Slowly but surely, we're waking up from the dream, and we're remembering who we are. And that's all that is. It's not that it's hard because the spiritual space has been so distorted by a lot of people that really have a lot of trauma and pain, saying things that like if you can think about it, there's the spirituality on TikTok has a certain type of language and they all speak it so smoothly, but it's, you have to realize that in old traditional times, spirituality was really earth-based, really human-based, and they connected with the gods, or they connected with that divinity, and it's sort of, then there was this elitism that started happening within the spiritual spaces, but you have to understand you were born spiritual and you'll always be spiritual all your life. It's just remembering that you are, and that no one is any special in this. Like, I'm not any special in my spirituality over you. I'm just more in tune with it. And it doesn't mean that you can't get in tune with yours in your own way. So there's no hierarchy or no ranking system in spirituality. There should never be. There can be guides or people that are just, like I said, a little bit more in tune with it, but it's not like you couldn't develop it. If you were to give yourself 1 year of dedicating yourself to spiritual practices, you would find the change in you and your spirituality and who you are. Because one thing that spirituality is, my ears are starting to go off. So one thing that spirituality does teach you is who you are. And when you know who you are, then when you represent yourself in the world, people know who you are. And it's very empowering, but also you become very humble too, because there's a lot of responsibility. I can't just give out information, blah, 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 I saw it on the internet, blah, 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 and think that that's going to help you move forward, because that creates negative karma for me. I want to say karma, but it creates a negative vibration because I'm not speaking from my heart or with integrity. And for me, that's important, because being a heart-centered being, if I'm not truthful when I bring forward my words, because I base it on what I've experienced, then I shouldn't be doing this at all. I don't want to, it's nice, the gifts and that is nice. Don't get me wrong. But I don't do that for this. I do that to bring in healing. And it's something I've always said since I've been doing this since 2019, is that I didn't really ever put money behind it, because, I do personal readings because I take that time and meditate and really sit in your energy. But besides that, all of this is for free, because some people just need it. And you could get one good reading and shift your life completely, or at least out of the situation that's blocking you, and you then can help other people, Sorry about that. It wanted to come out. Sometimes I gotta relax into the energy again. Oh, yeah. Yep, if you're doing it right, you'll definitely feel many shifts though. It's not just one. It's a full-on shift. It never stops shifting. It's just it plateaus for a little bit, it plateaus, and then as soon as you get comfortable with it, Spirit's going to shift it again, because you don't evolve staying still. And the thing is, all it does, it's not so much that it's shifting, it's more that it's just opening. And they can't just go, here, it's all open, you can have all the information in the world. They can't do that. They have to go little bit by little bit by little bit, little crumbs. I always call it like, breadcrumb trail, that you'll be walking along and you'll find a little breadcrumb, because if you took it all in at once, you'd lose your mind. You'd lose your mind to be able to accept everything that's going on energetically, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul, how much everything's interweaved and interconnected. So it's sort of like you get as much as you can handle, and then you sit with it, learn it, master it, and then you get another little bit that shifts it again. So it's a constant shifting in energy. Yeah, it is. It's painfully beautiful. And I say that because if you think I haven't cried a million tears on this journey, or had to dig up some of the graves I've buried my old self in a million times, it's not easy. There's been so many versions of me that I've had to dig up and look at the bones and, literally do an autopsy on why I was in this grave. Why this old version of me was here, and really understand who that person was, and the history of myself, of my family, of so much. And then you find that the more spiritual you become, or the more your light is seen, the more you learn about everybody else's history. And that's why you have to bring in a lot of heart and soul and integrity, because people reveal the most deepest things to you. And if you're not a person of integrity, you could use it in so many negative ways. Because I've had women sit at my table and cry because one card, the first card is usually the first, always boom. Because they just needed that to shift, like it's a releasing energy, but it's a revealing of their deepest parts. And that's part of the healing journey, is that you're not only healing yourself, you're also healing everyone that you come into contact with your knowledge, with your love, and with your light. And it's just how it is. It's just part of it. And it's not always glamorous. Yeah. Okay, guys, sorry. Who's next? Sorry. Okay. Jalen? Yeah. Yes. Beautiful. So we do learn. Yeah. It's quite a powerful space too, especially when you get a lot of spiritual people, like really spiritual, that really connect in the circle. Circle work is magic, man. Just sitting in a circle with people, connecting spiritually, and how much you can shift and change within you. Because I've done a lot of circles, and I love the circle work because it allowed me to do vision quests, soul retrieval, things like that, in the shamanic space. But just in the spiritual space, it can be just having one person really dig deep, and having that burden or that pain and trauma carried by everyone else. They share it, right? It can be very powerful and help a lot of people that have some really deep seated pain and trauma, and sometimes not always from this life. You have to realize that your soul is old and everything has a groove, and you might hit a groove in your soul, and you have to heal that space in this life, and that can be very hard, especially if that space is quite traumatic. But yeah, I love that kind of work. With COVID, kind of killed everything. Sorry, that was a horrible way of putting it, but like stopped everything when it came to circle work in that shamanic space. And so it'd be nice to get back into the groove again and reconnect with some real spiritual people, and start doing circle work. And it's really good at bringing in energy to the planet as well, into Earth, bringing in healing for the Earth. Because, you know, we have to realize to heal ourselves, we also have to heal the Earth that we walk on, because we are literally a representative of the Earth itself. We're children of the Earth. We heal us, we heal her, our mother. And that's why we have to remember that we're not disconnected from nature. We're always spiritual, and we're always connected to nature, because we are nature. We just have to remember. Alright. Sorry guys. Here we go. Geraldine, sorry for talking a lot. Here we go. You're here. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I'm just going to give it to you as it comes in. Sorry, I had to talk. I had to refresh my energy after that saging and clearing. So I just refill the energy. Here's the thing of a lot of people, you know, you see them and they're clearing the space with the sage. Well, sage actually clears, but what happens is that you leave the energy open, so you have to put your own vibration in the energy. So there's a lot of stages to mediumship that help you develop a little bit more. So yep, yes, clear, but don't forget to fill that energy up with your vibration. Because I know everyone's, like, a lot of people have a space where they like to constantly clear the energy, but when you learn how to master your space, you don't have to clear it as much. But when you do, you remember to fill it with light. Okay, and I'll get your tarot card. Sorry. I don't know why I'm shooting it. This is coming out. I feel like it's good to have someone say that. It's coming out a lot. 2022 is an interesting year for wish fulfillment. But anyway, you got release and flow. So it's an interesting combination. And the Star and the Nine of Cups. So when we go through a releasing phase and flowing, so it's almost like, how can I word that? Yeah. Okay, so with the release and flow, sometimes you have to let things go, really let them go, like a lot of them things. And I feel like it's more like getting back to basics, more like creating simplicity, and more like going through a state of clearing your space. Like, I feel like decluttering, you know, getting rid of old clothes, old things sitting around. It just feels like I'm just going to let go of all this stuff. And some of it might have been sentimental. You know, this could have been, I don't know if this is actual people. I feel like it's just a lot of, you felt quite claustrophobic about something. I don't know what that means, or cluttered, whether that is internally or externally in your world. I feel like it's both. And you had a lot of stuff here, stuck here. So in your space, you're trying to learn to let it go, learn to let things go and not attach to them. Because here with the flow card, it's almost like, you know that song Evergreen by Yeba? And it's weird that this came in, but it's almost like, because there's a part in the song where she's talking about, I might have to listen to that song, where the water's passing through her hands. I don't know why it's Yeba, but that's the song that came forward. Evergreen. I feel like that means something. But it's almost like the water that passes through her hands, it's never going to, you're never going to touch the same water again. So I don't know if it means, okay, I just have to translate it the way it comes forward, whether or not you're going to cry over that message again or that person again, or you're never going to put yourself in that same situation again. And learning to let that go, letting go of the emotions that go with it too. Because I feel like a lot of compression here in the heart space. I feel like here. And I feel like you just want to, in your energy, literally pull it open and let it flow out of you. Sadness, pain, drama, but like situations that you've held on to, because it's like I haven't been allowed to heal from it fully. Whatever this is for you, I haven't been allowed to heal from it fully. And you're in a space of wanting to learn to let that go. Yeah, because it feels like, it's like it was almost like you'll never touch the same water twice. So it's almost like fool me once, that's on me, fool me twice. It's like that kind of thing. Or fool me once, that saying. It's like you're never going to go back and touch the same water again. Like I'm never going to lose tears over you again, or lose energy over you again. And I feel like it's because you're trying to get yourself together. Yeah. You're trying to get it. It's sort of not so much that you're trying to get yourself together, but you're trying to get it together here in your heart space, because you're ready to open up again. If you're not ready to open up again, this might be coming in the future. But here with the star, see that? It's definitely all about your heart chakra next year, or this year, 2022. But 2022 is the year of strength in the heart chakra, in the heart space. So 2022 breaks down to a 6 numerologically. That came out wrong. In numerology. And 6 for me is about the heart. So it may not always mean that, but for me 6s have always been about the heart space. And I feel like for you, it's going to be about, this is how I want to feel. This is how you want to feel in 2022. And that's why right now, in your current energy, you're letting things go. Do you know what I mean? You're learning how to let it go. And it's not easy letting things go that have been sitting there for a long time, whether it's a long time or for a lot of emotional time anyway. Because this might have been a space where you've had to, because it's funny, there's an evergreen song that came in, but over here it's not evergreen, eh? Went down to the river. Oh, was it? Trying to remember the part that I heard. Went down to the water where the river. Okay, my memory's not that great. I'm trying to remember the song and sing it without feeling like absolute crap when I'm singing. But yeah, I would say listen to the evergreen song by Yeba. I want to play it for you, but then I'll have to change all my music. But if you go and listen to that now or play it while I'm reading for you, it'll make sense, because I feel like that would mean a lot to you. Has a lot of meaning for you. Because I feel like your tree is evergreen. Usually, it's an evergreen tree. That means it never turns brown, it never loses leaves. But you're learning to be a non-evergreen tree by letting it go. See, this part has been hard. But when you do, it flows naturally away from you. And not in a way that's detrimental, but in a way that fills your cup. Healing only takes away what's toxic, okay? Healing only takes away what's toxic and replaces everything with what you need. It's just that we get so used to holding on to all this heaviness in our hearts. But yeah, sort of like you're ready to move forward into a space that allows you to be happy, actually happy, like really, really happy. With the star there making a wish. And here, 9 of Cups, wish fulfillment, 2 wish cards. Yeah, it's time to return to innocence. It's more like remembering the inner child, those kind of dreams. What did you want to do when you were a kid? Like, who did you see yourself as when you were a kid? You know, it's like doing a lot of inner child healing. Thank you. And to be free from it. Yeah, there's been a lot of emotions flowing in your energy, but you're gonna release them in a way that's positive for you. So hopefully that makes sense. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about love. And I always say this, but sometimes you're going to say it over and over again for it to really stick. Is that if you don't know how to love yourself properly, you'll never be loved properly in the world by another. Because if you don't know how to love yourself, no one else is going to know how to love you. And that's why we get hurt, because we don't actually know how to love ourselves before everyone else. You know, we always put everyone else first. But it's not going to work for you if you don't have true meaning and deep fulfilling love for yourself. And that's by getting to know yourself. That's by looking into your water, you know, your emotional space, and diving into you, you know, and getting to know you, like I said, in my spiritual journey, I had to dig up old versions of me and autopsy, you know, there's a horrible way to bring it about, but like really look at that person and why that person was there and understand who I was fully. And I learned to love myself, even those older versions of me that weren't very productive or that were quite self-sabotaging, to know who I am and appreciate who I am now. You know, and that I say the same for you as advice, is to know and love yourself fully. That way when you go into your next stage of loving someone else or relationship, you'll know exactly what you want from them, because you know what you want for yourself. Yeah. So hopefully that helps. Thank you. Love is always there. That's a cool thing you have to realize. There's always love. There's always love everywhere. All you got to realize is that you can actually have it. I can actually have love in my life, a deep, meaningful relationship that satisfies my soul. You can actually have it. You just have to realize that you can have it. Hello. Thanks for all the likes, guys. Alright, who's next? Hi. Thank you. Just wait and see who's next. Oh, Rowie Girl, 75. Are you there? Yep, if you want a reading, just refer to the moderator, Intuitive Weaver. And it's a bit of a list, but if you're patient, you can get there. You just ask her for a reading and she will put you on the list. So I'm here for a little bit longer. I'm probably going to take a little bit of a break for like 5 minutes, just because I'm drinking a lot of water. Like I'm honest, you know. Hi guys. Oh, we go. Hi. Okay. All right. Let's see what your energy is, current energy, and then we'll get some spiritual guidance from you, for you. There we go. Try to take some deep breaths. Oh, they fell out pretty fast. Yeah. Okay, and your spiritual guidance, please. We're all in the same. I wonder if Cancer, the moon's in Cancer right now. Alright, okay, where we go. I'm just going to pull one more card for you because you gifted me a lot. And I appreciate that. Okay. Alright. Here we have, you've pulled patience and trust. Trust is coming out a lot. This was in reverse, so there might be a bit of a, maybe not a lot of trust going on there, but the overall message is pretty nice. And the King of Cups with the Fool card for your spiritual advice, and the overall theme is here, the Six of Raphael, which has a little message, and I'll read that at the end. But here with patience and trust. So when the card shows up in reverse, I know for me it's just for me to take notice of. So there's a lot of things that you want to bring forward, or something that's a lot of things you want to know, I'm going to say. Because for me, this is what I would say a cockatoo, right, in New Zealand. What are they? The herons. And herons are about the knowledge. They're like that pure, they have a pure energy. And I think for you, it's just a lot about allowing the knowledge or the lesson to come in to learn. And that's been hard. I feel it's sort of like you want to know something really important. But it's been hard to trust in what you do know already and what you're learning. So there's something that's not quite clear that's coming forward that's in your current energy. It's almost like I said with this trust card, it's almost like you want to know something, or you're coming into the knowledge of something, but because this energy is a little bit more flustered is the word I want to say, it's distorting the image. And it's sort of like it's been hard to go with the flow. It's been hard to get into the groove of things, because it's sort of like you want to get things moving, but not really. I don't know if it's that, if trust is the actual word that I want to say, but it's not really trusting in the wait. Because it's like patience, but like they say, patience is a virtue that not many of us have, and I'm one of those. And it's sort of like just you're feeling a little bit frustrated about knowing something or being clear on something. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to the spiritual guidance, because I think for you it's sort of like you have to learn to really stop overthinking, because for me it's a lot about the mind, but it's creating this, like with the, it's sort of like, if I can translate it properly, is that a lot of this is going on and it's distorting a lot of this, and it's confusing, because it's like head over heart, heart over head. It's like flipping a lot. That makes sense. Like you're switching between the thing, and the downside to being a high functioning overthinker, if that's the best way, and overfeeler, I would say both, sorry guys, is learning to stop that. Learning to stop the mind from doing all, like being so vocal, because there's a lot of chatter in your energy. And when I tapped into your energy, I found it really, really hard to breathe. Like I had to take those really deep breaths to actually get some air in. And it felt, like the breathing was laboured. So for me, it's just like there's a heaviness in your energy, and it's sort of like not being able to grasp something that allows you to relax and be clear. But your guidance is to relax. Here with the King of Cups. What is it? King of Cups. King of Cups, sorry. With emotional intelligence. But also, if you look at what he's doing, He's listening to, it's all like soothing. He's learning to soothe the emotional space and shut down the mind. See up here? That little crown above his head there? It's sort of like turning that into a space of understanding. My mind says things, but how do I feel about it? How does this feel to me, so that you can move forward? Because a lot of it is you learning to trust and believe and taking that leap of faith, because now you got every right to not trust in people or have mistrust for people, because usually when we don't trust things is because we've got reasons to not. So I think for you, it's like learning to trust and believe in who you are, to be able to discern what's really going on in this situation. Because all this confusion is just giving you nothing but a sore heart and a sore head. Too much of the flip-floppy, instead of bringing it all into one and really getting pretty centered and grounded in your energy. And here with the Six of Raphael, which is the Six of Cups, so there's a lot of emotional space for you. It says, embrace your inner child, new friends or rekindled relationships, children or childhood. So there may be someone that you feel emotionally connected to or soulfully connected to, a soul connection that you may have known from the past, and they may not have been that great to you. And I don't know if this is a love relationship or someone from your family or something like that. And it's sort of like they're coming back in and they're bringing up a lot of stuff for you. A lot of stuff. And under the deck here, the Lovers. Yeah. Make choices from your heart. Thank you. Deeply emotional commitments, the power of love. Because guess what? When you tap into your heart space, you tap into your love space for yourself, remember? And then it's easier to make decisions and discern. So you do, there's 6. We talked about 6, the number 6. It's the number of the heart. You're getting really heart-centered for you, because you might actually be a clairsentient or an empath, and they usually are heart-centered beings, but if you don't know how to control your empathic abilities, they will just be too sensitive to everything and overthink and overfeel, and it's just like almost like a ticking time bomb. You know what I mean by that? And that's not healthy for you, or definitely not healthy for you at all. And I don't know why I laugh like that, but it's sort of just like you need to realize that if someone's coming in, and I would say a soulmate, or if they're not coming in and they're being a little bit dodgy, because it feels like that's why the mistrust and the patience. It's like, I'm trying to be patient with you, I'm trying to make the right decision for you, but what are you doing? Because whatever you're doing is not making me feel good. Right? And it's sort of like for you, it's time to realize that you can make the right decisions when you base things from your heart and not your head. Hi, hello. Yeah, no, this was like, why did I laugh like that? I didn't mean to laugh like that, but it's just the way, like that energy came with me. Sorry. You get a little bit giggly at some really inappropriate moments. But it's like learning to trust and believe in yourself and take that leap of faith, because maybe you just deserve to be happy. Just this time. And learning that you can actually get what you want. Like, this is something that has to be realized by a lot of people, is that we actually can get what we want when we realize that we deserve it. We deserve love. We deserve to be loved and have soul deep connections with other people. But there's also learning to love yourself first. That way when someone comes along that loves you, they see that in you. Like you have to realize that how you feel about yourself inside is your reflection into the world. It's pushed out of you. And that people in that vibration move towards you, because it's like, it's not like opposites attract. I know everyone says that opposites do not attract, they repel. They might be attractive to you, but they will instantly be repelled by the universe because they ain't good for you. But people can change too, you have to realize, and you can change. So if this is someone from the past coming in, Maybe it's just time to give them a chance. They may not always necessarily deserve it, but maybe you deserve it. Maybe it's time you remember that you deserve to be happy. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you, Rowie girl. It's not always easy to hear that, you know. I understand. It's not always easy to hear someone say that. But sometimes it's a good confirmation of what you need to hear. Okay, Coles. Sorry guys, I know I'm like really taking my time with these readings, but I like to do that. For some people, they need that. Some people got really quick messages that come in hard and fast, and some people need just that tender touch in that time. So if you're patient, please stick with me. I don't treat people like a meat processing plant. I'm not just going to process you in and out. I'm going to spend some time in it. All right, guys. We're still here. Hi, Cindy. Welcome, guys. All right, Coles. Are you trying to manifest something into you? Okay, we'll just have a look first. I want to say you're really looking at manifesting something. And you're trying to break some kind of... I feel like you're trying to break some kind of heavy period. Or a period of heaviness or a time frame where you've been feeling a little bit... Ugh, like, you know, it's almost like I'm supposed to be feeling good, but I've been feeling ugh. You know, like that's the only way I can describe how I intuited your energy. So let's see what the cards say, eh? We're probably the opposite. Coles, please, thank you. Yep. As you know, a lot of you guys are all in the same, like a batch. Like you're all in the same batch, you know. Doing exactly what you need to do at the right time for you, but doing it sort of all in the same way, just in different versions of it. Okay, I'm going to set your tarot card reading. Ooh. I hate it when they jump like that. So once again, I'm not saging it because I like the fact that the Knight of Cups is coming out a lot. So here we have, you got release and gateway. You're letting go of things too, but in a very, very different way. And I like this way, and when I explain it, you'll understand. And here we have the Moon and the Nine of Cups for your energy. Oops, sorry. As spiritual guidance. So, okay, release. Like I said, a heavy period, but literally like a heaviness that you're letting go of with release. So when we go through a releasing period, it can be very heavy emotions, or it feels heavy when we let go of it, because welcome back. But you know, it's sort of like, it's almost like, okay, how do I say that? Okay, I don't know what's going on with my hair right now. It's weird because you've been going through a healing phase or a releasing phase or letting go or decluttering phase. It's all very different for everyone. So I feel like I'm just getting a lot of different things that you're just letting go of or releasing, or even if you're just writing down little notes to people and like burning them like that, you know. You have people do that, or a bay leaf or something, like doing little rituals to let things go, because I feel like you're consciously letting go of things because you know what you're gaining by letting go, if that makes sense. And with the gateway card, for me, you see that unicorn there? It's an interesting card to get, but that's third eye chakra for me. So you're actually knowing that the more you let go of all the clutter in your mind, the more you're seeing that's more open to intuition or an inner knowing, if it depends on where you're at with your spiritual gifts. So there's a lot opening for you that you're becoming aware of, and it is a lot of self-awareness, and that self-awareness is very powerful, because self-awareness is self-realization, and that's how you turn the light on. So a lot of you, so I'm closing my eyes, but it's because for me it's sort of like I would go through, like, so when I was in the depths of my depression and how I started to break out of anxiety and stress, was I would envision myself opening doors and windows in the house of my mind. And I feel like that's what you've been doing. You've been opening up the doors. Like, I would open up the door to let the light in, and then I would open up the curtains to let the light in. So the room that was slowly but surely breaking me, or coming in closer and closer and engulfing me in darkness, would be open and filled with light. And then it would stop my anxiety. Sorry, this is coming in like this. It would stop my anxiety or stress or panic attacks. And I feel like you've been doing little things like that. And I don't know if it's like mentally or literally opening up windows and doors in your house, in your actual house, and clearing. Because there's a lot of clearing. Does this make sense? Hopefully it makes sense. And there's a lot of self-awareness that's coming in, because your spiritual guidance for the situation, if this makes sense, is the moon with the 9 of Cups. Now, an interesting thing is that 9 of Cups is about wish fulfillment, happiness, joy, like on that, in like a personal happiness and joy kind of thing. And with the moon in front, it's like a balancing of light and dark for you. See that? Just because I'm drawn to the wolves, it's like, which wolf do you feed? You know, it's like the light one or the dark one. The one that lives is the one that you feed. And I feel like you're starting to come into the understanding that in the past maybe you would feed the negative, because that was the cycle, or the knowing of yourself, or understanding of yourself that you had then. But in coming more self-aware, more light coming in, you're realizing now that you are starting to feed the white wolf, you know, like as in the light within you, to be able to be free, or to come up from, or to be more in the light. But also in doing that, awakening innate spiritual gifts, or an inner knowing. I don't want to say, you know, like psychic abilities. Everyone always glorifies that shit. It's like, you know, we're all psychic, we're all spiritual, we just got to get attuned to it, more attuned to opening up that space. And it's not a glamorous space. Like a lot of people that are highly intuitive or psychic or have all those kind of abilities had to go through a lot of heartache and pain, and it's not easy. It takes dedication and commitment to your craft. But I feel like for you, it's not so much that you're not in that space, but it's more like how to use it. Thank you. How do I use my energy and my abilities to create what I need? And maybe in the past you manifested things that weren't good for you, and that left you in a space of overwhelming emotion. Yeah, but that's all changing. It's all changing, because what happened was, I don't like what they just said in my mind, sorry, is that here you were drowning in the ocean of your emotion, and you hit the bottom. But the thing is, when you hit the bottom, you hit that little treasure chest there, and you opened it up. That's why they were saying opening up doors and windows. You opened up that treasure box and found you in it. You found you. And that's important, because you didn't know if you were the black wolf or the white wolf or the dark wolf or the light wolf, whatever it is you want to say. And you realized who you were, and you turned to the light, because once you hit rock bottom, the only way is up. And that's where you're heading. You're heading up. This is going to become easier if you feel like heaviness again, it's going to get shorter. So instead of it having you for long periods of time, this heaviness or this down cycle, you'll find that down cycle will get shorter because the light comes in more for you. It comes in more because you chose it. Because you could definitely, if you wanted to, use your energy and your power for negative spaces, but you know it doesn't benefit you or anyone else. It's actually more beneficial when you turn the light on for you. And that's important, because through you, you'll help so many other people. And it's a light of wisdom, self-realization, and love. Okay? That's what the light is. It literally is a light of knowing. You know, and that's what's building inside you is a strong inner knowing of who you really are. And when you know that, it's so much easier to move into doors of change or portals of change and make that shift for you. So thank you, Coles. That makes sense. Thank you. I actually really liked it because your energy was very clear. You know, it was like, you know, you're already doing what you need to do, and just keep doing it because you're choosing yourself, and that's important. We're always told it's so selfish, but it's not. It's so not. But you're choosing it in a way that's not sabotaging to you as a person, right? And a lot of us are going through this phase because it's the end of the year. It's sort of like time to let go of last year and move forward into new ways of being through that gateway. Thank you very much, Coles. Thank you for being patient. Let's have a look. Who's next? Oh, thank you. I just read it from the heart. That's all. It's you know, you want to. If any of you are really good readers, you'll understand that when you read it from the heart, it's so much easier than taking it into the mind. A lot of it will come into my mind. I've learned to trust what's part of the reading and what's not. So it's sincere. Develop your mediumship. That's how you get better. Thank you, Coles. Alright. Hi, if you want a reading, just put your name down with the mod. Intuitive Weaver. Right here. And thank you. Moody Poppet. Renee. Are you there? Thank you. Yes, alright, awesome. Hey. Okay. Just going down into your energy. And all that is when I ground down into your energy is to ask for connection to your spiritual team, because, you know, it's like I said this before in other lives, it's just like going to your house and opening the door without permission. It's not right or ethical. You have to ask for permission. Just simply knock. Yep, just refer to the mod, please, Intuitive Weaver. Just at Intuitive Weaver, who you can put you on the list. I'm here for a little bit. I am going to take a 5-minute break in about, we'll see, at some point, because I've drunk a lot of water. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And your spiritual advice. Ooh, the cards is weird because the cards are like clumping together, but they want to come out that way because I'm like, oh no, but then they're like, leave it. Okay, alright. So here you got inner peace and forgiveness. Now the forgiveness was upside down, so reverse. So there's been a struggle with forgiving something. Inner peace and forgiveness. And you got, for your spiritual guidance, you've got the Ace of Cups, and then you have the Five of Pentacles and the Six of Wands in reverse. But don't always see reverse cards as being negative, because when they're as a whole, they have a different context. Okay, so Ace of Cups, Five of Pentacles, and Six of Wands. So currently, right now, you're trying to get centered, the yin and yang within, the light and dark within, finding that balance within to get inner peace. But there's a situation that you've been finding it hard to forgive. Literally, it's sort of like and it's blocking your ability to get connected with yourself. And I want to say, like for me, it might be someone from your family or a situation to do with your family. I'm feeling in my solar plexus, like you can see me, I want to grab my belly and rock backwards and forwards. So a lot of that is about inner child healing, or something from the past that you haven't been able to let go of. And the thing is, when you don't know how to forgive yourself, you will find it hard to forgive others. And when you don't allow forgiveness in, often that will really block you from being able to heal situations within you or in your energy. And it'll constantly come back as a pattern in your life. So it's learning to break the cycle by allowing forgiveness. Now, I had last year, was it last year? Geez, it might be in 2019, 2020, was it 2020? The years are going so fast. I think it was 2020, because it's 2022, and I think it was 2020, that I was meditating, and I was sitting at my desk, just sitting there, because I do that moments of stillness, and I had an energy come in, and this energy touched my shoulder, and all the energy said was forgiveness. And after that particular interaction, I started to bawl my eyes out, because when the energy came in, so even now it brings me feel, because I remember it, because it's something you don't forget. When that energy came in, I just started to cry, because it brought in so much love to allow me to know that I could shift. I had to forgive the people in my life that had done me wrong, so I could shift into a more powerful way of self-awareness and being. You have to realize that if you're on a healing journey and you're trying to find inner peace or let things go so you can actually not have chaos or this imbalancement in your mind, heart, body, whatever it is for you, that if you can't forgive the people and places and situations that came in to hurt you, you'll never be able to move forward from it. It'll always be constantly something that will bring that energy up until you deal with it and or let it go. So you have to realize that for you to find that deep inner peace, I don't know why they're trying to tell me that you're like flow state is what I heard. So you might be someone that's really trying to do quite deep spiritual practices, or if you haven't, you've been researching it, you're looking at maybe listening to meditations, things like that, like that's that space. But there's just something that's stopping you from being able to move forward. And it's just it's almost like a last little bit, because it's even showing up in your spiritual guidance, with these two cards at the end. And it's been hard. I always say that because I know that healing is hard. So I feel like you've been trying to learn to love yourself and to move forward. But this may come up a lot subconsciously, so you might dream about the situation. This comes up into the mind a lot when you're in your stillness, when you meditate, when you're quiet, then it comes in to disturb your peace. Am I right? I knew it was your mum. You want to know why? My ear just popped on my feminine side. Do you look like her? You look a lot like her. Because you're like a lot like her is what they want to say. But you're not her. And it's okay. It's okay. Or you're a lot like her. I don't know if that's what you don't like about it. You're more like each other. You'd be surprised how much you're like your mum, is what they're saying. But you don't have to be like her. Or you're trying not to. And it's been, yeah, I knew, because you look at the cards, it's almost like a mirror image, right? Yeah. You don't have to think like her. The hardest thing to get over for 2022 is giving her forgiveness, even if you don't get closure. You can actually just forgive her, like, even if you don't get closure from her, you can still give her forgiveness. And that allows you to shift. Because here with your spiritual guidance is to love yourself and to bring love to yourself. So, you know, Ace of Cups can mean a new romantic beginning. But for me, I never see this card as being a new romantic beginning, because I don't really read them like it's about someone else. I always read them like it's about you. So it's a lot about self-love, self-care, because all the things from the past, you see the Five of Pentacles in reverse and the Six of Wands in reverse, it's time to let go of the ego and the pain and trauma that kept you blocked by bringing love to it, by bringing forgiveness to it. Because all the things from the past, if you don't learn to bring love to these spaces, this pattern will constantly keep coming back. And I don't mean like as in you know, your mum, but it's more like in other people. Because it's funny, when the universe wants you to heal something, they don't let you forget it. That's what I meant by that. It'll just keep repeating in other people and other places around you, the same thing. So it's like learning to let go of something, because you're trying. That's the thing, I'm trying. That's what I keep hearing. I'm trying to let it go. You know, like if this forgiveness card was upright, I'd be really happy. But because it wasn't, it was in reverse. It's sort of like, you know, don't lower yourself to that. You don't have to be like that. It's because it's doing the opposite effect for you. It's contracting instead of being expansive. You know, in the inner peace. Don't let that voice. The eye twitching. Play in your head. That's not your voice. That's not the voice of your soul. That's a voice someone put there. You know, I wrote this thing, what is it? Our life is not defined. What's it? Design. No. Sorry. Never mind. But I did write something about, it's not about the voice in your head that says that you cannot do things. It's about the fire in your soul that wants you to venture out beyond those limits. You know, the limits of others. And, well, really, the forgiveness is a gift for you. You know, it's for you. It's not for anyone else. You know, where you can let go of that heaviness on your heart and all the blame and shame and pain that you went through, or in that situation that caused you to hold a grudge. Because that's what it is. But deserved. I mean, you have every right to hold it, but it's not beneficial for you. Yeah. It's probably not what you wanted to hear, right? Nobody wants to hear that they got to forgive that one person that doesn't necessarily deserve it. But hey, I had to learn to forgive myself for being a complete idiot for like 38 years of my life, so that I could forgive the people that hurt me or were destructive to me in my life. I had to learn to forgive myself and the role I played in it. And even if this might have been not of your control, you can still bring that closure in by bringing forgiveness to the situation. Yeah. That's awesome. You're welcome. Yeah, sometimes it's like it's just sitting right in the front of your mind, you know. It's sort of like, you know you're thinking it, but you just don't realize that you're thinking about that a lot. Like for me, it's like even when it's still, even when it's quiet, even when you're trying to get your peace and quiet, your inner peace, that voice talks and it's saying things to you that very destructive to your soul. So thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, it is shadow work. Thank you. That's a good way to put it. You've got some shadow work to do. But, you know, like, the strongest thing you can do is to do the shadow work. Face it. And then you find that your shadow is actually you. It's you. It's parts of you. Sometimes your shadow's there for very specific reasons, you know. We have to realize the shadow is a coping mechanism that our mind creates to keep us safe. And a lot of the times people get told to throw it out, cut it off and get rid of your shadow, but you actually need to allow it to heal so that it can readjust and reinsert itself back into you properly, because you're just rejecting parts of yourself that deserve love and tenderness too. Alright. Yeah. Very welcome. Thank you guys for bearing with me. I know it takes ages. Okay, let's go. Who's next? Melissa Hobbs. Oh, yay, Melissa. I know you're being so patient. Okay, you're here. Yay! Oh no, I see you in there. Oh, thank you. Yeah. You know, like for me, thank you for that comment, Twist Tarot. I like the thoroughness, because, you know, like, I think it's important for people to have someone read the cards. Just read the cards without, you know, and the payback is that some people walk away feeling really good about themselves, and that pushes that vibration up and out into the world. So then Cindy, okay. So thank you for that. Let's have a look at you, Melissa. What is in your current energy? Current energy. You know, it's funny because, you know, January, everyone always treats January like this is the year I'm going to get everything, or the month I'm going to get everything done, sorted. And it's weird that the energy is telling everybody to slow it all down. Oh, well, I've grabbed the other deck, so, all right. Let's see how we go. This is my new Awake the Moon Child Tarot. Let's see what we get for your spiritual guidance, please. Oh, Two of Swords. Anything else? Yep. So for your current energy, I got adventures and relaxation, which I kind of like that. Because it's sort of just like taking everything in as it comes, you know. It's sort of like there's a lot of energy around you, but you're not forcing it, you're not pushing it too hard, you're not manipulating it. You're just letting things sort of unfold. And I like your energy because there's this nice and breezy feeling to your energy. It's nice and light. But you do have a lot of abundance coming toward you, and that's because you're starting to want to, if not already stepping out into something new and different that's a lot more fulfilling to you, as in a lot more colourful. You're bringing a lot more colour into your life. But you're not stressing out too much about this at this time. You're sort of taking it easy. You're sort of just reading about something, or reading or researching into something, but not putting too much pressure on it. And I feel like, I don't know, but I just heard, I don't know if you're getting into more like cryptocurrency, or because I just heard crypto come in. So I don't know if you're getting more online based about investing money, or you know, like I don't know if it's the metaverse or something like that, but just looking online, but also doing your research and not rushing, because you don't want to make any poor choices at this time. And it's actually really intuitive of you to take that time to research and to slow it down, where you can process the information, because there's a lot of information out there. Oh, hopefully this is making sense. Okay, just tell me if it's not, because sometimes I can be picking up like your auntie or your cousin down the road, you know, but it's sort of like, if this isn't, but it's sort of just like, that's how it feels like. You're just sort of wanting to start something new, or wanting to invest in something new with this adventures card, because I feel like it's because you want to create more abundance. Like for me, I'm just drawn to the waterfall behind the birds, but also to the colour of the birds. See that? And waterfalls for me talk about effortlessness, and that word sort of like, it kind of lingers on this energy that's coming forward. So I feel like you're, like I said, you're bringing things in, but you're not rushing it, you're just letting it. And in the same respect, but as even though it may seem like you're not being like your normal productive self, you're still doing things, you're still being productive, but maybe just a little bit more in a relaxed fashion, because it's, you know, maybe it's a holiday season for you, or it's time, it's about a time to go on a vacation or something like that. So I feel like it's sort of just like that energy. So that's in your main energy right now. And the thing is, your spiritual advice is the Two of Swords and the Justice card. Now I have to find the Justice card, because you're not allowed any. Two of Swords and it's hard to see the names, and the Justice card. And it's an interesting thing with the Two of Swords, because the Two of Swords can often mean no, but I actually have a really deep appreciation for the Two of Swords the more I've actually gotten to know what it means. And it's learning. The coolest thing that I like about your energy is, I'm just going to say it, you intuitively know what to do without knowing what to do. It's sort of like you're naturally following where you're supposed to go and do. Like, it's almost, you know, when you're drawn to something, you'll just go about learning about it, or processing it properly. Like, you're very thorough yourself. Like, you're a thinker, but in a way that's not diminishing. Like, you have a lot of processing thoughts. And here with the Two of Swords is learning to be still, quiet, to not stimulate yourself, okay, and like mentally or visually. Is literally like having the blindfold on and trusting your instincts to make a decision. The Two of Swords has always been brought forward as kind of being a negative card, but when you use it right, it's a powerful card, because you could choose either sword and cut through anything that is stopping you, right? So it's a lot about moving past mental blockages or negative thoughts, and I feel like that's what you're doing. You're sort of slowing everything down so that you can make the right choices in your life and take up any challenges that come forward, because I feel like it's something new adventures. That's why I want to say new adventures. And here with the Two of Swords, deciding what that's going to be. So you're really, with the Justice card and the Two of Swords, trying to make the right decision so that it's like this balance, bringing balance in. But the right, see what this is just, they just showed me. To choose the right sword. See how she put that sword up? And over here there's two swords on either side where she has to make a choice. She's like, which sword am I going to grab? Which one? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And intuitively picking up the right sword. The sword of truth and justice and balance. It's an empowerment. So it's sort of like trust your instincts. And yeah, but mentally. And it's more about like with your main energy, your current energy, it's just like you're just taking your time because it's healthier, but also it's better for processing mental thoughts, for mental clarity. And when you slow it all down and take that time and just allow your intuition or your instincts to choose what sword to grab, or what choice, what between the choices that you have, you'll always choose the right one. Because here with the Justice card is usually something turning in your favor. And it could mean you could be doing more government work, or with the government or the court or something like that. But for me, it's more about the sword of justice and truth. So it's learning more what your truth is. And you're definitely in a space of, like here with this, the moon behind, and then that moon sitting up the top of it. It's more just a lot about getting in touch with your instincts and using them that's in a beneficial way for you, that produces a lot more clarity, and effortlessness is a word I want to say, in your life. That's why I think for why I see cryptocurrency is about creating passive income. Learning to invest your money, because swords are a lot about thinking. Someone's trying to just define that. Sorry. And yeah, sorry, that put me off. Yeah, it's just learning to trust your instincts and learning to, make the right decisions, because I feel like you're going to move towards it. Because like with the, okay, so I was going to pull that back in because I got a little bit distracted. But here with the Two of Swords and the Justice card, it's actually literally, like it's almost like going online. It's the ear, it's the communication, it's the, thoughts, mind. So that's like the internet. That's why I want to say the internet here with relaxation, because you've created enough income to be able to do the things you want to do. So I think you just need to trust and believe in yourself and who you're, and what you're doing, and slow it down just when you need to make decisions about things. Because I feel like that's going to be really important for you in this coming year, is that you can actually make positive choices by knowing what's right for you, like from within. So hopefully that makes sense. And thank you for letting me read your cards. That's why they wanted me to use this deck, because it would have portrayed it better, the imagery. Yeah, but you have a lot of energy. I want to say that you have a lot of energy, and you have to be mindful of your energy in the mind space. So, all right, who's next? Cindy. Oh, that's right, Cindy. Okay, Cindy. I'll just put it on sorry guys, so it doesn't disturb. Alright, Cindy. Let's have a look what's coming forward in your current energy. And I think I'm going to take a 5-minute break after Cindy, guys, because I have to tend to that person that's been ringing. Okay, Cindy, yours is coming out real easy. Oh, okay. Oh. Alright. Page of Swords again. Alright, hang on. You got flow and opportunity. I like that. Is your current energy. And your spiritual guidance is the Ace of Pentacles and the Page of Swords. Which I like that. See that? Have you ever considered creating workshops for what you do and know and passing on your tips in a classroom? Because I think that would be great. Just saying. But anyway, you have flow and opportunity. So there's a lot, it's sort of like, yeah, I would say for you, in your current, you're getting a lot of creative or inspired messages or urges to move forward because it's flowing, it's sort of going with the flow of your energy, and an opportunity arising. So seeing the moon through the trees, seeing the bigger, fuller picture. Really? Yeah, because I got, anyway, the Ace, okay, hang on. So there's, yeah, so here was, it makes a lot of sense actually. Here with flow and opportunity, it's just, you're just naturally moving towards an opportunity that's coming, or a chance or a choice to do something quite creative. I want to say creative because I feel like it's bigger picture here. It might be a little bit, it might be a bit of a surprise because it's, and both of them are in the night. And I feel like this is sort of coming towards you, but you may not be aware of it. And I think it's something that's a lot more cosmic. So it might be a gift from the universe that's coming in that I really feel like you're not aware of. Because here with the Ace of Pentacles, your spiritual guidance, Ace of Pentacles is an abundant new beginning, but it's also, the Ace of Pentacles is a gift from the universe. So when the universe says here, but I like it because I know that Cindy is an avid gardener and I usually watch her videos for tips because I'm not a very good one, but I try. I'm doing better this round. Thank you very much. And it was just weird because when I saw this and I saw the Page of Swords, now the Page of Swords can be someone watching you, but also it can be about someone that's actually learning from you. Learning as well, so it's not just that, and about a message of truth coming forward, a very sharp truth, but I feel like an opportunity that might just, that's what I mean, I feel like there's a surprise coming in, an offer, or something that's, it's just going to tickle your fancy. I don't know, that's what I heard, because it's just like, I don't think that you thought that this would, I don't even think you've thought that this would be something that you would be interested in, or that would come towards you. But I think there's an opportunity coming in towards you, and it's something that I feel that the universe feels you deserve because of what's happening with your energy, because you're in such a good space. And I think there's been a lot of there's a lot that you're holding back, like there's a lot of knowledge in that you know, and that you've been actually holding it back, not holding it back, but just haven't found a space in which you wanted to express it. But I would say for you, yeah, I want to say workshops. I want to say workshops, like classroom energy, but not so much, more like practical. That's coming forward. It won't get out of my head as saying workshop. So it's sort of like for you, it's sort of like an opportunity is coming forward, but it might just come to you in a dream, or in sort of like a maybe a little bit of epiphany, where I just felt the energy lift up a little bit there, where you, yeah, that sort of comes in and sort of, it's almost like, because it's weird, because when I look at the opportunity card, it's almost like I can see the trees parting like this. It's like the trees are like there blocking the thing, and then they just literally part like that, and then you're like, oh, oh my gosh, I can see clearly now what I need to do, and I feel like it's like that. Yeah, but you're just in a really good space. Like your energy's flowing the way it wants, and it might be a little bit undercover right now. It may be a little bit under the radar, but in that same respect, having a physical expression of what you do and know would be really beneficial to a lot of people, and can help. It's not so much that they're taking your knowledge. It's more like they're coming in, and that experience with you helps them move forward in a lot of areas, not just in the specific thing that you'll be teaching them, but it's more like learning how to do it in their life. So this might be about like a community with the young youth or something like that. Sorry, this person keeps trying to ring me. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so I'm going to have to take a 5-minute break because this person's got to keep ringing. They don't know I'm on a live right now. But hopefully that makes sense for you, Cindy, and I will, hopefully catch up with you during the week with some of your videos. Yeah. I feel like, sorry, guys. Hang on. I don't like how my phone does this. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Cindy. And I'll be 5 minutes, guys. I have to deal with this, and I'll be back. And have for those that are waiting, just have a bit of a stretch and stuff. And I need to go and sort this out. All right. Very welcome. I won't be long, guys. A couple of minutes. Okay. I'm just going to leave it up. I'm so cold. Oh. Sorry guys. Had to sort that out. We're going to the beach tomorrow, so you got everybody trying to suss it out. Oh, I forgot to close the door. You got everybody trying to sort it out and find out what time we were leaving, so I had to sort that out. Oh yes, enjoy the rest of your night, Cindy. I like Cindy. Cindy, you should give her a follow. She has really great tips on gardening, especially if you're avid or a new gardener like me. So she's helped me heaps with these little tips. Okay, we'll call them Mata. Okay, are you here? Moko Mata. Okay, my hands are just, I'm just going to let my hands grab the cards that want to talk. Thank you. Thank you for the share. Alright. Oh, okay. Yeah, do some classes, yeah. Okay, yep. Okay, cool. Okay. So, I got the Angel Tarot. I just intuitively grabbed it, so I think I'm just going to go with that. And I'll get a Sacred Destiny as well for you. But, oh. Okay. Alright, and current energies. Yeah. Okay. I just get into the grounding because I didn't ground, but I'm pretty confident about these cards. But anyway, we have purity and protection for your current energy. Okay, which I like. It's an interesting energy. And for your spiritual guidance, we've got the Six of Raphael. That's coming out a lot of nostalgia. Seven of Gabriel, which is a Seven of Wands, so Six of Cups, Seven of Cups, and the Moon card, which they all have their own message, which I'll read out to you. But here with your current energy, with purity and protection, I feel like for you, like purity is an interesting card because it's almost like a clean slate. And with it being a clean slate, you've also had to change the way that you see the world. And it's sort of like, you know, like with the different coloured eyes. And doing that and cleaning the slate, and I mean the slate, it means like resetting the karma or something like that, and sort of like not, it's almost like not bleaching. That's like a horrible word to say. Wait, it's not a horrible word to say, but it's sort of like an interesting way to say. But it's almost like cleaning everything down. It's like you've gone through not a purging, but just very, like, it's almost like, you know how someone gets really into, like, I call it psycho cleaning mode, where they just avidly clean everything down. Like when I get into a cleaning state, I get really mad and everybody doesn't make eye contact with me. Well, I used to. I'm getting a lot better at it because I would ferociously clean. And I feel like for you, it's an instinct for you to just clear everything out of your life that made you feel negative or made you feel or think badly about things. And I feel like you've just sort of like let that go. And with the protection card, it's more about keeping yourself protected. Did you come in contact with someone that was not well as well? Sterilizing, yeah, that's sterilizing. But that's what I mean. It's almost like, but everything. And it's sort of like keeping everybody safe, because here with the protection card, it can mean a lot of things coming in as well. lot of information that's really catching your it's like little ideas on how to protect. But I feel like for you it's more about protecting your family tree, the family tree, from being struck or hit. And there's a lot of vulnerabilities. That's why you might have someone in your life that has a lot of health vulnerabilities. If that's not health vulnerability, then it's someone that might be prone to not being well. But yeah, keeping everything really clean and a form of protection. So this is very interesting, because I feel like because of this knowledge, or because of this urge to do this, or action, or instinct, I would say it's instinct, because you're a good protector. You're a protector. Sometimes we all have functions in the world, and some of us are dreamers and architects and builders, and I feel like your overall energy is a protector. But we need the protectors, because the protectors keep people alive. Okay, that's their main function. And I think for you, that's why the purity and the protection, because you do it from a good space. You do it, it's instinctual for you to do it. And you see things from both sides too. It's almost like you can calculate really fast who's good and bad. Like you have a very strong instinct. Yeah, you can almost smell them when they're bad. You might be someone that's like very thing about hygiene. I don't know. It just feels like someone that you can tell good and bad energy really fast, really, really fast. And it's something that you need to do. It's just natural for you to do. Okay, so I like that energy for you, and it's important to you as well. And here with the Six of Cups, the Seven of Gabriel, and the Moon, the Six of Cups says, embrace your inner child, new friends or rekindled relationships, childhood or children or childhood. Okay. Seven of Gabriel says, stand up for what you believe in, have confidence, claim your personal power. See, there's a lot of that in your energy, this electrifying energy. So, there's a lot of, it's weird, because for me, it's just sort of, it's like brainstorming, but it's a lot of neurological patterns or stimulation going on in the mind. So you're definitely having a lot of, I want to say intuitive gifts, but I don't know if you see it that way. I feel like it's different for you. Like, you have gifts, this gift of knowing things, but it's sort of like you don't word it as intuition. It's worded differently for you. You see it. I think you have a very particular name in which you call it, or at least acknowledge it to yourself. And here we have the Moon with Archangel Haniel, and the opportunity to improve your plans, listen to your intuition for accurate guidance, face your fears and grow stronger. But then again, look at in the background, that little white dog. Yeah. So, okay, I like that. So when it comes to you, the purity is that you have pure intentions towards people. That is your base foundation. So when you care for someone, you care for them 100% and give them everything that they need. And the thing is, you know this about yourself. It's sort of like, you can trust. If anyone you can trust yourself. You can trust yourself. And if there's anything that blocks you, you find a way through. If I can't go through it, I'll go over it or under it. You'll do what you need to do, like you're a survivor. And the Six of Raphael, it's more about this, like, you were taught how to be like this. It's a family trait, I would say. It's something that maybe a grandparent taught you. Yeah. Something like somebody older taught you this, how to care for people, how to care about people. Or it's a trait that you naturally have, because this is something you were taught. So it's usually taught, things like that. They're either usually an older person or a grandparent. It might even be an uncle or an auntie, something like that. But yeah, it's sort of like, that's why the brainstorming. So if it's like you're prepared for anything as well. You'll get prepared. As soon as you know the information, you'll go about getting it or doing it. And I like that. And it's like that kindness that you have, whether it's you put up a front or not. Because I feel like you've got a bit of a front, but it's not really who you are inside. You're quite soft and tender, and you care about people a lot, quite sensitive about that. But, you know, the same as with anyone, you wouldn't want to flip the switch on you, because, yeah, you can either be the puppy dog or you can be the wolf, you know, sort of like that. You have a dualistic personality. But I think keep with this, with your spiritual guidance, it's sort of like you can trust yourself, you can move mountains, and you can carry on really important traditions that you have in your life, that you've learned from the past. Oh, your mum. Yeah. Well, I was going to say your nan, like grandparents, but it can sometimes be someone older that you've seen, that you love, that, you know, the way they either used to make stuff, or tend to children, or, you know, something about them that was good in your life, that was stable in your life, and that's what you hold to. Your mum was a healer, was she? Because I feel healer energy in here. Yeah. But yeah, it's sort of like, yeah, it's weird because your intuition, you have strong intuitive space, but you don't call it that, you call it something else. But keep trusting in that. Listen to your intuition for accurate guidance. Face your fears and grow stronger, which you are. Stand up for what you believe and have confidence. Claim your personal power. It's time to name it. It's time to name what it is. But I feel like for you, it's an interesting thing that this protective energy that you have, that protective instinct that you have is really important for whoever or whatever is happening in your life. And that's why they want you to know that you can trust that, and trust that guidance, because I feel like you get a lot of, you know, why the Six of Raphael is because you have a lot of spiritual space around you, so you may get a lot of visitors come in, pop in through song, through signals, or just singing, pop in and give you that guidance, give you that, make you feel like, oh, you might, you know, sorry, I know I'm going on a bit, but it's sort of like memories will play, or you'll just sense them come in, they visit. You're not afraid of that though. And it might just be more than one too. It'll be a couple. But yeah, just, yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Trust yourself. Keep protecting the people that you need to protect, because that's important. And yeah, embrace all the good traditions from your past that help you move forward now. So yeah, you do call it something else. Yeah, because it's like that. I keep saying intuition, but it didn't feel right. It felt like it wasn't quite right, but it was right, but it wasn't quite that right. But yeah, thank you. Hopefully that makes sense. And yeah, appreciate that. I like your energy. It's really good. Hopefully that helped. Yeah, a lot of people, they just yeah, you might get misunderstood a bit too by people, because of, you know, they might think that like negative about your personality from time to time, but they don't realize it's because you just give 100%, and they need to understand that that's something you can't override. It's almost the space instinct that you have. I think you're can be very upfront with people when you sense negative energy. Yeah, you're very welcome, very welcome. All right, it's Nikita94. It's Nikita94. Are you there? It's our time. Okay. cards, Nikita? Oh, it fills up pretty fast. That's why, Fire Angel. Okay, we just need to wait for Nikita. I'll try and get through it faster. It can be very, very tough, so you have to be patient. It would be alright if I just did one card readings, but I don't like to do that. Nikita, are you there? Thank you for being patient. I know it's tough. Is she there, Nikita? Okay, yes, I'm here, alright. Alright, let's have a look. Nikita. Let's see what's in your current energy. It took a little bit to connect to your energy, so you've got a lot going on in your energy space. It's just the main story, please. Thank you. Fulfillment, that's awesome. I just heard that song. I got mine in Georgia. The peaches up in Georgia. Because there's a peach on here, sorry. Anything else? Okay, we'll see. Okay, and we'll have a look at your spiritual guidance. Oh. Pentacles and the moon. Why is the moon coming out? There's a lot of moon energy. Alright. Okay, so you got fulfillment, power, and change. And it's an interesting cards combination. I would say there's a lot going on that's different in your energy. So you have more than one situation or more than one energy in your space that's like it just feels like you're dealing with a lot of different things. So here you have fulfillment, and it's an interesting card because it's got the Georgia peach, and it's just, I feel like for you it's sort of like there's been a lot of times, or there is a space where you've been feeling very good about life and enjoying the sweetness of life. It's like you're just biting into that peach and having your fill. Like I just like, you know, it's like a juicy peach. I don't know why I can't get past the Georgia peaches. And it's sort of just like, oh, okay. You might be a little bit too close to the situation as well. Because I feel like there's an energy coming towards you there's a big energy coming towards you that has a lot of good intentions, but it's going to create a little bit of chaos in you. It's almost like, okay, how do I describe that? It's almost like you had an energy of feeling really good about things, and then something came in, and I feel like it's a person or catalyst of change that came in and changed the scenery for you, like a literal power change. And the thing is, if you can look right in this card, and I didn't see it at first, but there's literally a white horse in there. Never seen that horse in all the times I've done this. And it was thing because in your change card there's a white horse, but of course it's a little bit stiff at this time. So not really. I don't know if you are okay. I think maybe you were seeking fulfillment, and then you found a lot of healing space, which is really hard to adjust to the change. So when we have a lot of power come in, that's a lot of self-realization, a lot of literal shifts in our mindset and the filters in which we see ourselves in the world, and it's changing you, and you might not really be like, you're welcoming it but not really too comfortable with the change, because I think like this card really catches my attention, but for some odd reason this Georgia peach don't look as good as floating in the sky as this merry-go-round. You know, like you're breaking cycles, patterns. You're changing. You're going from being very emotional into something a little bit lighter and brighter, but it's hard to understand, like, why. Well, not why, but I thought I was supposed to feel good about this change, but this change has actually been very hard. And your guidance here with the Queen of Pentacles is, you know, it's the same with the Georgia peach, right? It's the same with the Georgia peach. Sitting there enjoying, fulfilled, feeling good, feeling abundant, but underneath it all, the moon feeling very overwhelmed about things. Does this make sense? Because it just feels like here's the thing about wanting to go into the light or in a spiritual space, is that everyone thinks it's going to be love and light, but a lot of it is darkness. And healing, when it comes to healing, darkness is essential to growth, because dark energy is actually growth energy. Well, in the spiritual space, as in energetically, humanly, but not so much in the world or in the cosmos. But with you, it's sort of like, I think you just have to appreciate the changes. You have to appreciate. It's almost like you want to break the cycle. You want to come go into a new way of being. But then in the same respect, there's like all this residual stuff that keeps pulling you back to the being this Georgia peach. You know what I mean? It's almost like, how do I describe that? Like, you know, every day, let's just say you were the peach in the tree. This is the only way I can describe it. You were the peach in the tree growing every day. And as you were growing, you're a peach, you're a peach. You're looking out over the field and you keep seeing this horse. And this horse was, let's say it's a wild horse and it's able to run free and do what it wants. But you were always stuck on that branch. That's how it feels. The peach wasn't the fulfillment that you wanted. There was something else that had to come in, and it was something, a catalyst of change. Now this is like a portal of change, or a doorway, or a person that came in and shifted something. And when you, as that peach, watched that horse every day, you wanted to be the horse. And here, tower moment. The day the peach decided to be the horse, and you're sort of going with it. But the downside to going with it is the change. The change is sort of like, I'm not too sure what I have to do. I'm not too sure what I got to do. And I would say just relax into it. So here with the Queen of Pentacles, even in the change, know you are abundant. You know that you're open to receive, to do what you need to do, and just slow it all down for you. Because here with the Moon card, that's that urge to grow, that urge to do shadow work or tend to your emotional waters, that's always going to come up. But when we know that we're abundant, we can go into that space and heal, go through that healing, and then return back into our natural state. Okay? So you can always be the peach, but a peach can always want to be something else too. You know what I mean? Either way, you could either take the path in which you know and be happy, or take the path in which you don't know and find happiness at a deeper level. So I think for you, it's just learning that no matter, even through the change, you can still be abundant, and you can do the things that you need to do to achieve that. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you, Nikita. Yeah, sorry, I know it takes a wee while to get in. Okay, thank you for coming in. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your night or day. Thank you. All right. Okay, who's next? Okay, yeah, hopefully. See you again. Thank you. Oh, Ponte. Posty Steph. too. Take care. Okay, we're here. Okay, awesome. Let's see what your current energy is. I'm just going to tap into your energy by grounding down and asking for permission to enter your spiritual health. And then get your current energy. And then I'll get your spiritual guidance. Oh, okay, one. The cards, oh. The cards are really bringing them out. Any more? Okay. Yep. And spiritual guidance, please. Spiritual guidance, okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. So you got 4 cards, but they're pretty fast. And the security card was in reverse too, so I'm just going to mention that. But here you have power and opportunity. Okay, so we just have power card, but it's a lot. It's in a lot of people's energy. And then we have voyage and the security card, but that was in reverse, so there's been a bit of a delay. So here with the power and opportunity, there's been a tower moment, or I want to say a moment of clarity for you, because it's different for you, because I feel like, I want to say went, but when that lightning struck in your life or hit the tower of your life or wherever you were, it was almost like with Cindy, it didn't destroy it, it just parted the forest. You know, like here I always get this parting of the forest, and in there a cosmic gift, an epiphany, like a knowing. And with you, you've been asked to go on a deep voyage. See that? A deep voyage, and it's supposed to be into the unknown, with security being in reverse. So it's not supposed to feel good or feel like a normal voyage. It's supposed to be, it's sort of like a lot of people will get asked to go into a healing space or go into a space of trust with the universe, even if it doesn't seem logical, but to follow and believe in it and trust and believe in it. I mean, to find out what it means to you, if this makes sense. And I think for you, it's almost like I just feel like you just had, in your current energy, is that you had an epiphany, and it's actually asking you to go somewhere else. And there's that cosmic. It is definitely you're being guided to go somewhere else, or drawn somewhere else to see what's there. And I want to say what's there, because it's more like a voyage of discovery or rediscovering for you. But also I feel like for you, there's a lot of inner child stuff too that you're having to clear, and you might not always be happy with dealing with your emotional space. And that's a scary part. It could literally just be an inner child journey that has it just feels like I just went, oh no. And I don't mean that in any way other than it, to go into that kind of journey would take a lot for you to do, to build up the courage, because it's sort of like, I don't know how this is going to turn out. I don't know that the actual whether or not the situation is how it's going to play out, and I think that's a little bit not frightening, but a little bit out of your comfort zone. Yeah. So you're going on a voyage, maybe an inner child voyage or a healing journey. I want to say healing because usually if anyone's coming towards me for a reading, it's because they're at the precipice of change in their life, and it's usually embarking upon a healing journey, but a deep, meaningful journey for you of the soul, a revitalizing of your soul, because an epiphany is happening, or some kind of knowing or self-awareness moment. Okay? And here with the 3 of Cups and the 6 of Swords, 3 of Cups can be about reunions, or reconnection, collaboration. But I feel like for you, the right people will come forward to help and support you because your stars are aligning. And here with the Six of Swords, moving out of deep emotional waters into clear water. So I feel like for you, you're going to have the support that you need to get through this, you know, to allow you to, because this is a journey too. You see, this is a movement card. She's on the boat. She's going across the ocean. But she's come from a space that was negative. And she's being pulled across. See that by the birds? She's been pulled across. So I feel like for you, 3 birds, 3 women standing here, but it doesn't necessarily have to be women, just the energy of supportive people that are going to come forward to help you through this, because I feel like you've let go of a lot of people. No, not a lot of people. You've let go of a lot of things to get this far. But now you're at the precipice of having to take that deeper dive. You know, because the thing about, like I said, about healing or healers, they usually emerge out of the darkness, but the darkness could represent your deep emotional waters coming. You know, you don't know what's in that water. You don't know how deep those waters are and how dark it'll be down there. And you will need support. And you can ask for support, because I feel like the universe wants you to go through this because of the way that it'll release a lot of things for you. Yeah, it is a journey. Hopefully it makes sense. But it is a necessary one, because I feel like it's just more about finding emotional clarity. Because like with the voyage, see how that whale's not in the water? It's above the water. And here with the Six of Swords, she's in a boat, you know, like she's on the water, but she's not in the water. So like there's no actual moon in the emotional waters, but yet it is a healing voyage or journey for you. And I feel like it's just going to work out in your favor anyway. I feel like you're just, you know, you're just embarking upon something that is going to ask a lot out of you, but when you get through it, you're going to find the right people, the right place, and the right situations that support you and help you move forward. So hopefully that made sense. Because it's just like an epiphany. Boom. It came in really fast. And it may not be, you know, sort of like picking a bag and saying, that's it, I'm going to do a roadie. You know, it's like that. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ponty. Suppose testing. Oh, you're very welcome. Okay, thanks. That was awesome. Alright, guys, this is the last half an hour. So, let's get it on. Whoever's left, let's go. I got to go to the beach tomorrow. Gotta get some sleep. Get some sleep. Thank you. Alright, Fire Angel, you've been so patient. And so patient. Alright. I got tagged. Huh? Oh, not by anything. Fire Angel 1616. I'm just going to shuffle up these decks real quick. Alright. Let's have a look. So give your current energy. Oh, I'll tell you what, everybody's energy is like boom. You know, this fell off. It literally flew off. That's sick. Might have to sage a little. everybody's in the same. It's weird because everyone's kind of in the same vibe, but different. But and then we get your spiritual guidance. It is. It's weird. Okay. And it's because I'm actually shuffling these real good too. And here we have flow and power. Now these have been not always popping up together, but they've been popping up a lot. So it's weird because I think everyone's going with the flow, with the energy. But here with flow and power, it's an interesting combination. I don't actually know if I've actually had these two together because I never can really remember. But I feel like for you, you're actually going into a space of change and shift. Well, we know with the power card, it's like almost like a tower card, power tower. But it's almost like you're just flowing right into it. And you know it's coming. Here's the thing, you already know it's coming, don't you? You know it's coming. And the more you get pulled by this energy towards it, the more you feel it, sense it. I think you can literally sense energy. You might not have put a word to it, but I feel like you know there's something coming towards you or manifesting as well. Something really strong. I think you're a very good manifester. In fact, I think that's what's coming towards you is something you're manifesting. You've been working on. Because I feel like you may not actually know that you manifest like that. Because I feel like this is more subconscious. So you have to be mindful of where your subconscious mind is, because whatever's going on back there, it's brewing. It's like I'm literally seeing someone brewing something cosmically for you, but in a way that's really going to be quite a powerful space. Because here with your spiritual guidance, you have the Ace of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups, which if you look at it's a gift from the universe. You look at the lightning, you look at the roots. When they match like that, it tells me something's growing, but I hear brewing, but it's almost like it's a concoction, a complexity of energies coming forward or moving the way they need to towards you. Because here with the Ace of Pentacles, your spiritual guidance is that there's a new abundant beginning happening in your life, a new chapter happening, and it's being gifted to you. Because whatever you've been thinking in your mind or using intuitively is coming forward. So it comes out of the darkness into the light, right? It's been growing. That's the seed of hope, I would hope. And here with the Nine of Pentacles, Nine of Cups, sorry, it's a wish fulfillment. And the universe is saying you deserve it. Why? My worry is that it could all crash like a card house. I think everyone has that worry. That's why that's why it feels good, but it's also so powerful that you feel like you can't handle it, but you can. A lot of us have to get into the knowing that we deserve things in our lives and vibrate with that. If the universe is for me, if the universe is saying to me, you can handle it, I'm pretty sure you can handle it. And it's not really about, it's not even really about handling like a situation or people, places, It's more about understanding yourself, because it has to come from the heart. That's what you see. This is the thing about this particular card, is that if the universe is going to gift it to you, you have to be in the right vibration to receive it. Are we getting to the end? Well, it only becomes negative when you feel it's negative. That's why the seed of hope. Hope allows you to believe that you actually might get it and receive it fully. That's the cool thing about it. It's sort of like, it feels ominous. It feels ominous. That's what I mean. It's sort of like a little bit in the dark, see that? A little bit veiled, a little bit cloudy, misty, not clear. But when you see the spiritual guidance step forward, it's all light and bright. And it's sort of like learning. Maybe you have to learn that there is hope for you, the seed of hope coming forward. And it's sort of like, don't bring it into a space where it can crumble. I mean, if you're already thinking that about a situation that could really make you happy, then that's half of it gone. You know, you're diminishing the value of this gift already, even though it hasn't been received yet. So it's like you need to change the mindset with that power card. Change the way you think about things. Create new, different neurological pathways that allow you to have hope in your heart for the best to happen for you. Now I can pull, here we go. I'll pull an angel card, let's see. Oh, yeah. 8 of Gabriel. Yeah. A great deal of activity, sudden and immediate results, important communication, messages, lots of messages. I wouldn't have to worry. I think it's a lot. Like I said, I think it's a lot, but you can handle it. You just got to remember you can handle it. Yeah. Whatever it's coming in, it's coming in anyway. I don't think you can stop it. If I could be honest, that's my instinct. It's like this can't be stopped. So you either make, lemonade out of lemons. Because I don't think they're actually going to give you lemons. That's the thing. I think you're thinking you're going to get lemons, but you're actually going to get oranges. Or something really edible. You know? It's an opportunity anyway. But it's coming in hard and fast. It'll be a good thing. Because those are good positive cards coming forward. Even the flow and power are good positive cards. And the 8 of Gabriel, good positive energy, fast moving energy. Oh, you just need to let go of the worry. If you stay positive, and I don't mean you have to be positive about everything. It's okay to be apprehensive, because this is a lot of energy coming in. Well, it's sort of like, but know that you can handle it, because it's something that you subconsciously, you want. You want this. You've wished for it. And then to say, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to keep it, that, you know, it's sort of like you have to realize, you have to change that way of thinking. Because the more you think you're not going to get it, the faster this thing comes in. Because that's how the universe works. It's usually what you don't want, they throw it in your face. And you're thinking, what did I do to manifest this? But it's not so much about you, what did you do to manifest it, is what you haven't been doing properly to allow it to be in your life. Yeah. This is soon. Whatever this is. But I actually really like the energy of it. If you can see it from my point of view, and see how much light that there is in it, and how much they want you to have this, you wouldn't have the doubt that you feel now. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's the golden opportunity. I don't know. That's all I want to say about that. It's a golden opportunity. Just recognize what it is when it comes. I'm pretty sure you'll know. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, Onyx. Oh, Onyx. Okay, welcome back. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. Hi. Yeah, still going. Yeah. I'm getting tired though. I can feel it. I gotta go to the beach tomorrow early in the morning. I wanted to come forward today. See what your current energy is. The power card's just wanting me, I'll tell you. But in a good way. You've got one of them. Alright, let's just see your spiritual guidance. I know what's coming out too. It's just a lot of, like a lot of people are coming into that space of self-realization, and you can either take it in a good way or a bad way, you know, because they're usually tower moments or epiphanies. It just depends on where you're at vibrationally. Let's get your spiritual guidance. I saw that. I'm just going to pull it because... Oh, shit. Alright, it's going to be a little bit intense, but we'll do what we do. Okay, so you got power and enlightenment, and I gave it a good shuffle. It's just the way it wants to come out. It's in a totally different context for you. And we have Three of Swords, which is, you're not going to like the visual. The Death card, Death and Rebirth, and the Ten of Swords as your spiritual guidance. Now, that is a totally different message compared to the message that's coming forward for your current energy. So your current energy is, an epiphany that brings forward movement and change with enlightenment. But a guidance there to do it. And it's sort of like an ascension too. Like, I want to say the reason why these cards come out raw, because you need it raw. You need direct communication. Very direct. And the thing is with this is that you are now going into a space that's allowing you to transcend all this other stuff or lower vibrational stuff. In this power moment, this was a really strong shift in how you saw yourself in the world and how you saw the world. And the thing is, when you started to understand why areas of your life were getting smashed or broken, or I just feel like, you know, like just getting wiped clean, basically. I don't know if that's a really good way to describe it. But there were a lot, okay, how do I describe that then? Alright, so I have to give it from my experience because this is the only way I know. So I had a lot of areas in my childhood that were quite painful for me to look at, memories and stuff like that. And the more I went through and did my healing, the more these areas were just disappearing. So, or getting renovated or literally broken down or burnt down. It was weird. It was like the more I healed stuff within me, the more the universe was almost like wiping that space out, and it would just disappear, you know, like as the world changes, as everyone grows up and everything changes, like our old family home is gone, and a space where I was chased by these dudes one night, they renovated the whole area. It's like that. So if you can understand what I mean, it's almost like the universe decided to remove them so that they no longer caused or brought forward those patterns of thoughts or trauma that would resurface in me. And with you, I feel like that's the same. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. And you're just transcending above it. That enlightenment, that movement forward and up has been quite powerful, because I feel like you've had a lot of shifts in your personal life, and just a removal of anything that was negative. So here in your spiritual space or guidance, now this one's a little bit more direct, but you have the Three of Swords, the Death card, and the Ten of Swords. So you've had a lot of heartache and pain in your life with that Three of Swords and Death card. So there's been a lot of painful changes in your life, a lot of self-reflection. You might have actually had a really strong bout of self-reflection, or as in reflecting over the past, about just a lot of stuff coming up, and having to deal with it and change it or transmute it with that death and rebirth. Now you have to realize with the death and rebirth, it is like a sudden change. So it's almost like you're keeping that little bit secret, or that healing space more personal to you. But it's been a lot with that Three of Swords coming in, and a lot of us are going through healing spaces so that we can learn to once again open up our heart to the world, to who we are, so that we can truly receive love from the universe. Because when our heart is contracted or closed, or kept so separate and not open, we can suffer a lot. We can go through a lot of suffering. So it's just acknowledging all the hard work you've been through to get out of the space, okay? And with death and rebirth, it's just absolutely, like I said, you've just had these power moments in your life that have allowed you to transcend above. And the thing about the death and rebirth is literally the phoenix rising, right, from the ashes, burning away everything. So you might have been in purgatory emotionally in your life, or gone through a lot of suffering in your life, and now it's just burning away from you. But that ain't fun. People have to realize, going through a healing space, that ain't fun, especially when it's through fire. But it's that fire element that gives us that energy, or the power to let that phoenix rise up out of us. And it's quite powerful. And I feel like for you, these changes will become very powerful in your 2022, because they'll no longer be able to attach to you. And that's why I was given with with my healing journey, noticing that places of trauma were getting wiped out of visually out of my life. And here with the Ten of Swords, this is the end of a painful cycle. So you are now moving towards the light. See that? And this would usually be a card where someone's literally dead on the ground, stabbed in the back with all these swords. But in this one, it's sort of walking. It's what I feel about this is like, when you get to the beach, and the first thing you want to do is walk towards the beach, walk towards the ocean. That's where you're going. After all these years of burning, you are now going towards the ocean to quench yourself, to cleanse yourself, to start anew. And it's almost like a refreshing energy coming in. So even if you might have a lot of residual healing still left to do, this is the year in which you fulfill that part of your journey, because you're rising above things. Yeah, a lot of power, a lot of change in your life, but it's time. That's what a lot of us don't realize, is it's actually time to change. And you're ready. You're going to move towards it naturally, and you're going to go through that healing and understand why after today, hopefully. And just know that this is the end of it, the end of most of it anyway, because as we know, we still have to heal little things that pop up, but it won't be as much as what's been asked of you now. Just want to dive into that ocean, run over those sand dunes and get into that ocean. That's how it feels like for you. It's like you're just walking towards the ocean now after all this. So hopefully that helps. Awesome. Cool. It was it felt a little bit brutal because it was so, the visual is so hard. I mean, I know that learning to find those pieces of your heart and putting them back in place and just, putting yourself back together inside, it's not an easy journey. So thank you, Onyx. Oh, very welcome. Thank you. Appreciate that. And this is my energy, is what it does. But I wanted to come forward because, like a lot of us are at the beginning of a new year and we're expecting this lift or uplift. But sometimes that takes time to move into the new energy of the new year. And right now it's a lot about reflecting back and seeing how much you've grown, but sometimes reflecting back can be quite heavy for us if we're still, having to go through a bit of healing. And even me, I still got to do it too. So what goes for one goes for all. Sometimes with just different perspectives and different ways of going about it. All right, Gil and then Brody. All right, Brody, you ready? So Gil. Okay, you're here. Awesome. So I'm just going to tap into your energy, ask for some permission to enter your spiritual house. Okay. Usually I just... Okay, that was fast. No! Okay, Carol. Anything else? I tell you these cards though. Alright. That's okay, because I like when I see a lot of the cards show their face over and over, because it tells me that everyone's moving with the current energy, and a lot of that is about slowing things down. Okay, we're just going to get your spiritual guidance. I'd just like to give them a good shuffle. Oy. Right, it fell on the ground. Anything else? I like that. Yeah, okay, I can hear that song. You can turn it off now. They play songs in my head just to confirm if I have a thought, and then I'll hear a song that usually is a clairaudient way of me knowing that that's a confirmation. So here we have, for your current energy, potential and relaxation. So you have a lot of stuff brewing in a really positive way. I like what it told me. It's interesting that it said there, which I listened to my intuitive voice, but it says, as above, so below, as within, so without. And I like that. That means that you're actually reflecting how you feel about yourself is what you're reflecting outwards. So it's actually you're truly representing yourself in a very strong way, I would say here, with this potential card, because if you see right down the bottom, it's that reflection of the mountain. So as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. So you're definitely in the space of knowing and understanding your soul. And the cool thing about that's why potential, because when you understand that you're a soul, or you can work with your soul, yep, as a team, things start changing, moving and shaking in a really good way, in a way that is so much more than you would believe prior to knowing that you weren't in proper communication with your soul. I don't know if this makes sense to you, but for me, that's what I'm getting from this particular card. It's a true reflection. And I feel like you've actually done a lot of work to do that, because here with the mountain, it's overcoming the mountain. It's realizing, like climbing Mount Everest. It takes a lot of guts. It does. To get up to the top of that mountain. And I feel like you've just literally done a lot of stuff to get really balanced, if anything. Totally balanced. And here with relaxation, moving intuitively with the energy right now, and the energy is asking us to slow down and to relax, especially in January. It's a really good time to research, rest and restore, and relax yourself, because it's going to be a lot about the body, your health, your learning to really love and care for yourself. Because when we start overcoming things in our life and finding true balance, when we nurture our mind and our soul, the last frontier is the body. Nurturing the body and allowing it to be that divine vessel to allow you to move forward. So sometimes we have to learn to slow down and take it easy. So you may be actually just allowing the universe to bring about situations in a way that is like a manifesting phase, or the law of attraction. You literally could be reading about the law of attraction, if that makes sense. In your spiritual guidance, you got the Three of Cups and the Two of Cups. I don't like that. Because I just heard reunited and it feels so good. That was the song I heard, because I said, is this a love connection? And then they said reunited. I heard it. It's an old 70s song if you're not sure. But it may not be like a romantic one. But I want to say it is. But it could be so much more than that, because the Three of Cups can be about collaboration, reconciliation. This could be friends, this could be family, and coming together and on the same page. So if this isn't a love connection or a soulmate, though usually when you're in communication with your soul, your soulmate steps forward out of the blue, out of it all. And they bring that forward to bring in support. Because this year, I don't know if you were here before, but this year, 2022, is the year of the strength and of the heart chakra. It's like the strengthening of the heart, where we can actually believe in love again. So I feel like for you, this is a year of realizing that you can believe and trust in love again. You know that song? Yeah, it was just weird that when I asked, it may not just be exclusively a romantic relationship, though they did hint that, or at least it felt that they hinted that. But it can be more than just one person that you may be reconnecting with this year. Because sometimes when we learn to find balance within us, or at least go through a really strong phase of healing, we can understand why people did what they did that hurt us. We can understand and accept it. And I feel like for you, it's just reconnecting with people and getting on the same page as them emotionally. So you may have felt a lot of people didn't understand you, but now finding that they support the you are becoming. And I really like that for you. It's a togetherness anyway. It's a really strong soul connection. And if that's not about someone else and it's about you, it's about bringing your mind, body, soul together and really finding that love connection for yourself. Because I feel like that's where you're at now. It's really about loving your divine vessel. The you that is here, in this life. And appreciating it a little bit more. Being a little bit more kinder to yourself, and finding the people that you need to come forward and support you in this journey. So thank you, Gil. Hopefully that made sense. Or Gil. And yeah, lots of luck and love for you in 2022. I feel good about that. Like, I like it when I see that kind of thing, or the hint of it. Because, I mean, there's so much potential, right? Like, the potential card literally says potential. And it's sort of like there's so much that's brewing in the background for you. So hopefully that reading made sense. And yeah, take care. Have a good 2022. Brody, thank you for being patient. Being very patient. And I know I talk a lot. So we're just going to get straight into it. And I'm going to get your current energy by grounding down into the energy and asking to enter your spiritual house. Okay, so I usually wait for permission, and that's usually when I hear my inner voice say your name. So get your current energy, and then I'll get your spiritual guidance. Alright. What's your current energy, Brady? Okay. Got something different. Waited this long for a different kind of look too. Something. And your spiritual guidance. Oh. Anything else? King of Cups. I wonder where the moon is. I wonder if it's in Cancer tonight. Sometimes the cards can be governed by what's happening astrologically, as above, so below, right? Okay, so Brody. You got 4 cards for your current energy, but they're like pairs. So it's not as dense as it may feel or seem. So you actually got action and truth. And forgiveness, upright, with wonders. Okay. So for your current energy, what I'm seeing in this is that it's a lot of, I feel like with the action and truth, there's been a lot coming in for you that you're having to deal with emotionally and maybe even mentally. Because I feel like the truth is more about a mental truth or knowing. And it's been a little bit of a ride, hasn't it? It's been a little bit of, like, I'm like, it's just weird because I feel like it's like storms and like windy days, like it's like that, like a lot of energy and a lot of stuff that's been like, it's just been like a storm. And it's just rained truth, and it's been a lot. I've been stirring up the emotional waters. Does this make sense? And it's sort of like, what I like with this is that even though there's a lot of stuff happening in your life, I feel like it's just a lot of stuff happening, but it's also, even though that things are coming to the light as in the truth or mental awareness, self-awareness, it can be translated in many ways. Even though this stuff's been happening, you've been able to, it's not take it in your stride, but in some way, shape or form, allowing yourself to understand it all. You know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of stuff coming in for me. There's a lot of stuff I have to process, and it's a little bit overwhelming, but I'm going to take that time to understand what it means for me. That's why the truth card is here. And it's sort of like, I feel like you've also been a little bit, or I don't know if this makes sense, but alone in this. And sometimes, you've had to really take time out to sort of like rest and get over these sort of strong bouts of healing or self-awareness or self-realization. because, I don't really like to read about other people and other people's cards unless they show themselves. And I feel like for you, this is a lot of inner stuff. And in the same respect, you do share it with people. But it's almost like, that movie, The Truth. You want the truth, you can't handle the truth. It's like that. Like, it's the truth for you. You can handle it. You've been able to process it, but it's a lot. And here with forgiveness and wonders, it's sort of like, it's like learning to be you again. I know this sounds weird with forgiveness and wonders. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I read soul. This is soul energy. So a lot. Okay, so I'll just so you know, the reason why I read it like that is because your soul, it needs to express itself too, not just your energy, but it's energy, but it's from your soul. So that's why a lot of it's quite deep. But like for you, anyway. But for you, it's learning, like, who are you when you heal? Like when you actually get into a phase of processing all this, who will you be? This is literally what you're thinking when you learn, like with forgiveness and wonders, when you learn to let go of it all. Who will I be? You know what I mean? Who can I be? What can't I be? It's almost like an opening of all the doors that were always closed to you. And forgiveness also means, there's a lot of things that you're letting go of that you may have held on to a lot. So it may not necessarily be about forgiving someone in particular, but forgiving that energy of forgiveness, it transcends people. This is why you've shot out with the wonders, because it's almost like when you let go of all that pain, suffering and trauma that a lot of us grow up with, when you start processing that and seeing it for what it is, you no longer identify with pain and trauma as your identity. You're transmuting. Yeah, thank you. Because, like I did this thing about, like, I no longer am a survivor, I'm a transmuter, because I'm no longer surviving. I'm actually transmuting it all into positive energy or love, compassion and wisdom. And I think for you with that forgiveness energy, bringing that in for yourself so that all of that stuff that you held on to is now free, and then trying to understand who you are outside of that. That's the whole journey, is knowing who you really are inside, that no longer identifies with pain and suffering. And with your spiritual guidance here, the Five of Wands and the King of Cups, it's just you learning to be you. See all these different versions of you that didn't, like, it's almost like how do I describe that? I feel like there's been many versions of you that almost created a lot of chaos in your life, and out of all that came the King of Cups. You emerged out of that energy, and though you acknowledge it, which is what I would do too, if I was in a good space of understanding myself, I still acknowledge the old versions of me, but I understand who I am now in this moment, or at least who I am becoming. And it's someone that's really like with the King of Cups, he is generous and kind. He has emotional intelligence. He's never overwhelmed by his emotions. Like he can find balance in it. He can sit in the waters of his emotions, but never be taken under. And I like that. And it's sort of like for you, you may have people in your life that cause a bit of chaos as well. You may have a lot of, but it's learning to be you amongst the chaos. That's what we all have to understand, is that chaos and stuff like that, like messy energy is still going to be around us, but we can choose to separate from that or see it differently and get grounded and get real with ourselves, with that King of Cups. Do you know what I mean? You're just getting real with yourself. And even though the world may give you a few lemons, my favorite saying right now, even though the world may still have a lot of crap going on in it, you can still be you in this world. Because that's what you look like, you know, energetically, soulfully, when you let go of all the pain and trauma and find your new find your new identity. You know, it's being masculine. It is a masculine energy, the King of Cups, but it's mastery. And you can be female or male, but still have really strong, gentle, masculine energy. You don't have to be a raging lion and ripping everybody up to be a man. You can have gentle energy. So hopefully that made sense. And thank you. Let me read your cards. So, where are we at? Thank you, Brody. Like, I really like your current energy. It's just a lot of overcoming things and seeing the truth, you know, through the truth. It's sort of just like, look at, you know, it's the truth it ain't that great, but still choosing to look at it. Like, a lot of people wouldn't want to look at the truth the way that you do, fully, the full scene, you know, and realize the kind of stuff it brings up. So it's nice to have a space of understanding that you're changing in a way that's going to be way more beneficial for your soul. Yeah. Oh, I'm just about to finish, guys. I have to finish. I'm getting tired. But I'll do it. Yeah, I know what you mean by that, with the last year. Because even, you know, like even me doing all my healings and stuff and healing, I still got to go through stuff. Because, you know, being older, there's a lot of deep-seated mindsets and memories and things that I have to face and choose to change. So yeah, even I had a good year, but I also had a lot of spaces where it felt not good, because I still choose to heal no matter what. Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll just do Elaine and let's go. You'll be my last one for the night. Let's see your current energy, Elaine. Okay, that was quick. Very forthcoming. And spiritual guidance, please. Anything else? Okay. So yeah, your energy, very forthcoming, very straight up. You got taking risks and trust. Now this trust card is interesting because yours is actually upright. But I understand why. I actually really get it, because in your spiritual guidance you got 6 of Pentacles and the Fool card. So with you, I feel like you're being guided to take risks. Literally take a risk, as in do something just a little bit uncomfortable to allow growth. So sometimes when the universe will push us forward or give us an inspired idea, or to create inspired action from an inspired idea, sometimes it's to move us into a space that's uncomfortable so that we can start evolving and growing outwards, because a lot of the times we like to stay in our comfort zone and then we don't really shift or change or move anywhere. But with it's being reflected again here with the Fool card, saying, and the Six of Pentacles reflecting the Trust card. So it's just a little bit like the spiritual guidance is your current energy. It's mirroring itself. So here we're taking risks and trust. It's learning to trust that you can take these risks and that you won't fail. Because a lot of people are afraid to go into their comfort zone because they're afraid they're going to fail. But if you only could see yourself from the eyes of the universe and understand that you have all their love and support, what could you not do? That's the thing. That's the key. What could you not do? You could do anything when you knew you were fully supported by the universe. And what would that be if you did that? If you took those steps, those rebellious steps out of your comfort zone into something a little bit unknown, what would you be? You know? And do you see that as something for you? Like, there's a lot of questioning, not so much of who you are, but what you are. And you have to realize that you actually have quite good vision. So you might have as in spiritual vision when you unlock it. And that's why, I'm sorry, this is coming this way and my eyes are closed because I'm actually channeling. But I think for you, if I can understand what I'm trying to see here, is that you have a lot of vision. You have a lot of spiritual vision. And you get a lot of messages coming in. If not messages, you get a lot of niggles. You get a lot of niggles that tell you what to do. And I think you need to start doing them, because I feel like this has been happening a lot more than you would have liked, which is making you become more curious. And curiosity is good, but there's that risk factor, right? If I learn more, if I know more, what happens to me then? What changes within me? Because once you know, you can't unknow. That's the difference. And I think I'm going to say your spirit guides have been waiting for you to come forward for a long time, because I feel like this little niggle, if this is making sense to you, gosh, or this vision, or this, it's a vision. For me, it's definitely a vision. This has been coming forward for a while. And I don't know if you have seen anything shamanic, but it's in that dream state. So you may naturally just travel to the shamanic realm without realizing it, and it's just the in-between here and the afterlife, or the next level of living is what I like to say. And you may often see behind the veil but not realize what it is, or if you do realize what it is, not knowing how to translate it. Or I just feel like it's weird, because I feel like you have so much potential to grow, but you're a little bit weary to go past that point. Like, there's a point I want to go, and that's as far as I want to go. But the universe, there's the thing about the universe, when they want you to grow, they will pull you out of that space. And what they are doing is that they're just building that curiosity more and more and more, so that you'll learn to translate it here with the trust, this trust card, translating the images that you're getting. Or for me, dreams. So you might be on a vision quest. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, well, see, we're going into the new cycle of the next 20 years, the new astrological cycle. And yeah, losing everything. But you have to, this is the cool thing, this is the thing, like when I said right at the beginning, if you knew that you were fully supported by the universe to do this, what can you not do? And that's the thing a lot of us don't realize, is that the universe is this beautiful, loving energy that only wants the best for you, but it doesn't decipher between good or bad experiences, because anything that's growth is good for spirit, even if the experience is not good. But in the end, if you follow and trust it, where it leads you is more fulfilling to your soul. And that's the thing. And they've just been waiting and waiting for you. It's almost like they've been knocking at the door and no one's answering. And that can be very frustrating to spirit, especially if they're trying to move and shift you out of whatever cycle you're in. But now it's sort of like you've opened the door. But don't be afraid to look. And here with your spiritual guidance. Sorry, that sounded a bit weird, but that's what I wanted to say, felt I wanted to say. Here you have 6 of Pentacles and the Fool card. There is a risk to taking a leap of faith into something unknown. But if you notice here, there's a safety net. You're falling into the flower of life, which is the energy of the universe. And they're going to catch you. Because over here, when you give, they give back. 6 of Pentacles. This is my caring and sharing card. You see that? Mutual exchange with the universe. And they understand, here's a really cool, because they understand that even the little bits you give is a lot. Do you know what I mean? Even the little bits that you give over is a lot. And they know, they acknowledge that. Because they said even the little bits count. Because it's almost like, okay, you've been tippy-toeing there to the edge. You know, it's like if you were to do a bungee jump, you know, you're the type that would go to the, like, be afraid to look down but still want to look anyway. And like you might get vertigo and it might be really scary, but there's this thing inside you that says, just look. Does that make sense? Because that's how it feels. And it's just been sitting there waiting for you to actually say, I'm going to look. And I think for you, you just have to trust and believe that the universe has your back and that they're moving forward into a space with you. With you. And they want the best for you. And a lot of us, like I say this over and over, I feel like I repeat myself, but a lot of us have to understand that we actually deserve it. To have that love and support. And to receive and grow into a space that is more harmonious to our souls. Your soul's ready, man. I'll tell you what, if you don't start moving, your soul's going to get really, really, really frustrated. Because it just almost came in and took over. But yeah, you can trust and believe in the universe and that it has your back. So whatever moves you've been thinking about making, or whatever areas you've been thinking about going into or inspired to go towards, take one step and see what they give back. Yeah, well, it's more like a spirit guide. And it's weird because I feel like when you go into a shamanic space or that dream state, they appear to you. Maybe not always the same form, but someone always comes in with you. Walking beside you. But yeah, I just think it's time. I think you're ready. Ready to take a leap of faith into the unknown. And that's all part of the adventure. A lot of us are going there. It's like sometimes you got to go with it, even if it's not logical, even if it doesn't make sense, just to move in a way that would be more beneficial to you in the long run. It's like long game, like thinking. It's not so much, you're not going to so much get the rewards and the perks right immediately, but in the long run, you're going to see why you got guided there. So thank you. Thank you. Hopefully that makes sense. I always say that because I always, maybe I need to stop saying that. 2022, I won't say it. Hopefully it makes sense. Because I can only give it the way I feel and or translate it or see it from my own experiences. But I mean, I know this stage. It's the cool thing about like sort of having my own healing journey and being attuned to my soul space is that I understand this phase, this part of the journey. So, thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year's to you too. So, thank you very much. Oh, thanks. Oh, I'm just about to finish. I've been going for a few hours now, and I've got to get up at 7 o'clock to go to Waimarama Beach and enjoy a day of getting in the salt water and clearing off my aura, in my auric field. Spending time with family before we all get back into the grind, I suppose. Oh, I do. I always have enough energy for you. Thank you, Hoani, for being the best moderator ever. Let's have a look. I don't have to ground into your energy. That's the cool thing. Here we go. Whoa. That was fast. Yeah. Tell ya. Your intuition's getting stronger. Anything else? Taking risks, yeah. So you got flow and taking risks. Now, I like that because I feel like you're intuitively moving into spaces that allow growth, right? And it's the same thing as a vision quest. It's something that you've seen that you want and you know how to get it, because the cool thing is that you're harmonizing within you and what you want. I like that. Harmonizing. And the thing is, taking a risk seems scary because it's something that we never thought we could do. But the universe knows we can handle it. Otherwise, they would never give it to us. Because I don't think hitting rock bottom is always their plan. But if it means that it moves you into a space of growth and awareness, of course they do that to you. But for you, when you're in flow state, when you're moving towards the things that you need, and this might be a little bit of a surprise, like I said that earlier, because it's in the night, you're going to bring so much energy to that with this taking risks, because it's allowing potentialities and possibilities to grow. That's the cool thing about having taking risks and having a vision quest, is that it allows possibilities that you would never imagine for yourself any time before until now to grow in your life. And just, it's sort of like saying to the universe, hey, you know what, I know I deserve this. I know I deserve this. I know that I should get this. And I'm doing exactly what I feel guided or intuitively guided to do. But yeah, you're understanding how the subconscious mind works, or at least how to use it to manifest. And yep, you're being asked to take risks, but like I said, it's just more like moving out of your comfort zone into something a little bit more shiny, is what I heard. Shiny? Yeah, it's just taking more of your power, bringing it more back into you, who you are. And I'm going to get your spiritual guidance, because I might as well, because that's what I've been doing all night. I'm going to get some spiritual guidance. Okay. Yep, I tell you, what's up with the cards? What's up with the cards? So here we have the Tower. It's an epiphany coming in. Like everybody's getting them. Self-realization. There's a very strong light and power in our lives. Just a lot of it, because it's like, if you can see in there, in this particular card, the butterflies, right? There's a lot of transformative space. There's a lot of potentialities growing in your life, and possibilities growing, opportunities growing. Here with the King of Cups, mastering self, emotional intelligence, getting more attuned to yourself, or in tune. Because you know he's got his finger in that bowl, it's like sound. There's more harmonic resonance. Nine of Pentacles and the High Priestess. Subconsciously manifesting the things that you want in your life. Bringing it about. Getting in tune. Knowing that you are at the right vibration to receive. Being independent. You know. Being open to receive. See, once again, look. Vision quest, a vision. Yeah. I just think you've got goals. You've got very set goals this year. And you might have had those same goals last year, but they've become more informed now. And more into form, more into your reality. More defined. Thank you very much. And that's true. A lot of self-growing, self-healing, self-realization, attuning to the vibration in which you can receive this that you're manifesting. Yeah, because I love the King of Cups. The King of Cups is a great energy because it's even though it's a masculine energy, it's a card for me of emotional intelligence and mastery of your emotions and of your intuitive space and of your healing. Like it's an acknowledgement. Because a lot of it, but then you got the High Priestess here, which talks about intuition anyway. You know, the balancing of your light and dark, being able to bring forward things, know things, see things, intuit things, you know, bringing about your own independence, financial stability, growth, being guided there. So you get a lot of messages from Spirit, a lot of signs and synchronicities. I would look out for those signs and synchronicities. I'm pretty sure they're literally a billboard sign away from telling you that you're in the right space for growth. A lot of this is growth. Yeah, I like the Nine of Pentacles. Abundance, or at least a good fair amount of it. Thank you, Hawani. Appreciate you. Yeah. No, you can have more than one card. 555 and 112. I see 12 a lot. Oh, I love you too. 233. 994. So some numbers are more specific to you, and some numbers are like archetype numbers. So, you know, everyone sort of moved away from the angel numbers, but it's always nice to look at them anyway for some kind of confirmation. But a lot of the mastery numbers are, for me, I realize now that when I see all these angel numbers, I know that I'm in the right vibration. And also, when you see those numbers, take note of what you were thinking of just before you saw that number, because that's the right way of thinking, or at least if you can understand that when we start reading code, which is code, that's the universe code, works in math, we start seeing those numbers, it usually is because we're in the right space to receive those numbers. Oh, okay, cool. Well, they want me to slow down and I don't know how to. Well, like slowing down is like people don't, like, for me, when I want to slow down, it's usually when I know I need to slow down, and I move slowly in the world anyway because I like to take my time with things and I like to take it all in. So I slow it down by appreciating moments and appreciating time and not putting pressure on myself to do everything. And like, even like if you think about it at the intersections, and people will shoot out to gain 3 seconds of time, but in that 3 seconds of time they could hit another car and cause $3,000 worth of damage. And that's the risk that they take, because instead of just waiting 3 or 4 seconds for someone to pass or for them to be able to move, they decided they want to take those 3 seconds for themselves and cause, you know, you don't know what they're going to cause, because they're not thinking about just, you know, taking it easy, taking the foot off the gas and putting the brakes on. And if you keep constantly moving, and never really dealing with what's right in front of you, you can get very, very lost and very, very imbalanced. So I've had to learn to slow things down, and you'll see a lot of the slow-mo action on my videos now, because that's the energy that's happening currently in the world, the earth. This is almost like the earth has come to a standstill after ferociously turning, energetically anyway, ferociously turning over to high vibration. And now it's allowing a plateau. So instead of trying to pick and still go at the momentum of what was, it's also now good to attune to the energy of what is, and that is being still and taking it all in. And that's just learning to just, not trying to stimulate yourself with always being on social media, even if like taking 5 minutes outside to just sit and to just sit there, and think about things, but in a way that's like, when I meditate, I still allow the thoughts to come towards me, and I acknowledge those thoughts, and then when I'm done acknowledging those thoughts, I let them go. So then I start breathing. So when you breathe, you can't think, just so you know. When you take in deep breaths slowly, you can't think. Your mind literally, it can't do two functions. So I learned whenever I had a lot of thoughts that were just rushing in and coming in and I couldn't slow it down, I would just breathe and take those deep breaths in really slowly and exhale really slowly, so that I can still my mind and go drop down into my heart chakra. So that's pretty much what they want you to do. It's like learning to be still so you can go in. But the in is in here, in your heart space. Because the more you get connected to your heart space in 2022, the more, it's the more appreciation of your life and the love that you have around you. Because that's going to be important this year. If you're not connected to your heart, by actually getting into it, like literally energetically stepping into your heart space, you're going to find the pressures of the earth or the world to be just a little bit too much. So I would suggest even 5 minutes, and then you can find, like, if you can do 5 minutes of just sitting and breathing and enjoying your time and your space, and then like in a couple of hours taking another 5 minutes of just even 2 minutes, and then you'll find that the more that you stop and take those moments, the easier it becomes to stop. It becomes to stop and be still and to get in tune with your heart chakra by breathing. It's just like this. And when you do that, when you breathe that breath out, your mind can't think, and your energy will literally center itself. Yep. And you've got to get into a space of healing. Otherwise, those emotional traumas will keep replaying. And that's the truth. If you don't deal with your emotional traumas, if you don't know how to stop and look at them, it's just going to keep replaying out in the world, because how you feel and think about yourself is what is reflected out in the world. Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm saying social media, but it's sort of just like disconnecting from other stimulation. Learning to be still, it's a skill. It's not something, if you're not used to it, it's not a natural skill for you. So you actually have to train yourself to be still by putting down your phone or moving away from other people and just learning to be. There's a lot of mindful practices, videos and that on YouTube as well, that you can like listen, even if you just listen to a spiritual lecture. Like sometimes I'll just sit outside and listen to podcasts, on Spotify. It doesn't naturally have to be just stillness, even though when you get to a more advanced level of meditation, quietness and stillness it's essential. You don't need that guided meditation or a step-by-step, but you'll get there. You have to learn to be with. If you can't have a relationship with you, you're going to find it very hard to allow other people to have relationships with you. That's the most important relationship that you can have. So, okay, guys, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to get up early in the morning, or I'm going to be giving everybody the death stare. Thank you. Yeah, it is tough. It is tough at the beginning. Oh, lots of love to you too. Good night. Good night, everybody. Good night, cuz. I'll need it. I do. It's like nearly midnight here, so I need to go sleep. Alright, bye guys. Take care.